All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1, The Fan and The Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hello. Happy Monday, everybody.
What is happening?
Happy January 5th to you and all that observe.
We survived the final week of the NFL season. Have we been fired?
No.
Okay, good. We're still here?
Well, for now.
They liked our performance this year. We did enough to keep our job going into next season, is what you're telling us?
I would call us a wild card.
A wild card? You think we're a wild card?
Yeah.
Are we 9-8? Are we 10-7?
We might be on the road.
We're sneaking in.
We're a wild card team.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're the Chargers or the Packers is what I'm finding out here early on.
Hard to say you're a 1 seed. You know what I mean? That's not easy.
No, not easy to be a 1 seed.
Maybe we get to top 12 of mid-major market sports radio morning shows. We can be a 1 seed.
Exactly.
I don't know about 1 seed. Maybe then we're winning our division. I don't know about 1 seed, home field advantage throughout, but we'll get a home playoff game.
Oh, so you're saying we're a road wild card team?
Yes.
All the wild card teams.
I would say that wasn't a very good year, and we should be worried.
How many wild card teams or coaches are still in jeopardy? Probably a handful of them.
I would say at the minimum we're an NFC South divisional champ level team.
You're hosting.
That's how bad our competition is. Is that what you're telling me? Our competition is so bad. We just win 8 games, we get in.
I'm just saying I think we've crossed a threshold of like you're the best of this group, but that group might not be stellar.
Okay, that's a pretty fair way
That's
to
all
put
I'm
it.
saying.
I'll agree with that.
Now, will we win our home game?
No,
I mean, I don't feel great about it. We're 10-point underdogs.
It's not looking good.
But what do you want from
There
me?
are 3 road favorites.
I
on
know.
wild card week.
I know. I've watched.
I was waiting all day yesterday for the lines to come out because we knew the matchups basically by like the end of the 10 a.m. slate. You kind of know outside is Pittsburgh going to win later? You know, could this team do a shocking thing? Could Denver shockingly lose to Trey Lance? Answer no. That's not going to happen.
They toyed with it for a minute.
They did. The underbet's the only thing I hit all weekend, and thank God their offense is clunky, and Trey Lance still sucks. But we kind of knew it. I was waiting all day for the lines that came out. Once they came out, ooh, juicy.
I don't know what time it was exactly because my Sunday was weird because I had early basketball games.
Yeah, I know. I had a 2:00 Pilots game.
Dude, by the
right
way,
in the middle of the day.
Side note, always a weird feeling to lose by 20 points in your final game of the tournament after losing by probably an average of 27.
Hey, progress. That's what we call that.
We had a couple. They
You know,
played good.
we're
They
a little
played
more
better.
feisty
They're
now.
growing. They're not winning, but we're
I know.
growing.
That's all it's about. Learning life lessons.
It's a very odd thing because
Tinkle's guys.
oh,
dude, did you see they turned the replies off on a tweet?
they have to. They lose. They lost by 31 to Pacific.
Yeah, they
at
turned the
home.
replies off.
At
Beaver
home.
fans were quote tweeting it, saying, "Beaver fans, you can respond here to the quote tweet and let them know what you have to say about the
Can't wait
program."
for the AD that gave that guy an 8-year
Yeah.
extension to pick the next one.
That's still the highest paid AD in the new look Pac-12, baby.
Damn right it is.
Give him all of his money. He deserves every penny.
But an odd feeling in a final game of youth basketball, and you lose, and you're like, okay, and you do your good games. My team always says thanks to the refs. That's a rule on my team.
Yes.
Because we need people to volunteer, and I
Yes,
appreciate it.
right.
Yes, we do.
And I always go over there and thank them, too, even if I disagree with 1 or 2 calls.
Right, but
And I say, thank you, and I say, thank you so much, and the guy goes, love the show. And I was
Hey, all
like,
right.
don't talk about this.
All
Don't talk about this
right.
result on air.
Don't bring this up. Don't bring this one up.
Odd feeling to lose by a lot and be like, yeah, I'm the guy who talks about sports. Can you tell how much I know?
Give the official credit. If he did a good job, let's shout this guy
Oh,
out.
him and his- yeah, they
He's
were a good crew.
P1.
you were
crew.
like, that wasn't worth a couple more foul calls.
I mean, if you're lit, do I entertain you Monday through Friday? Haven't you
brother
heard?
out.
We won the NFC South as a show this year. We're hosting the Rams. You can't give me a whistle here.
We're the NFC South champs.
That's a travel right there. I was at my niece's game a couple weeks ago, leading
Those
into
whistles
Christmas.
don't seem like you like the show.
Yeah.
No, it
Maybe
was
he's
totally
a big Duck
fine.
fan. Who's a Sprague jackass? I don't like this guy. I was at my niece's game, and they were, very similar. I want to say they were down 42-0. And
It's tough.
It just,
It's tough, yeah.
Look out for the future varsity Ida B. Wells girls team. They're coming.
Oh.
Well, can I
Take
tell
it
you?
in.
Can I
All right.
tell you a dirty secret?
Sure, tell me a dirty secret.
Now, the Ida B. Wells, I assume that's not your niece.
That's not my niece. No,
So-
they were leading 42-0.
It's always easy to see these jerseys and team names and think this. Our school is legitimately the Nelson High School pipeline. It's all middle
Right.
school kids in our middle.
Sure.
Some of these other schools, quote unquote, I'm finding out are actually masqueraded club teams.
Ooh, so
they're
getting
not-
kids from more regions.
Well, that's not maybe the whole Ida B. Wells team. That's
Totally
maybe
fair.
2 players who have like 5 others who have played in a club together.
totally fair.
And Ida B. Wells, as a youth program, has said, let's make you guys our team.
yeah.
So easy
Okay.
with assuming
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I'm not buying my futures ticket yet. I'll return that ticket right now. But my favorite thing was the official in the game was a great dude. I ended up chatting with him because we were standing alongside the court.
Right.
And I had Teddy, and he wanted to talk about Teddy. But when we were down there, whenever my niece's team would be on that side of the floor, he was like imploring them to do things. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
The ref?
Like a girl was, it's like 48-0, and there's
Yeah.
a girl wide open 8 feet from the hoop. He's like, shoot it. Shoot it.
I've been doing that a lot.
And I'm just like,
You're wide open.
Is he telling him? He's like, you know what? I don't blame him either because I do the same thing. You're down by 50. Put the ball up. What are we doing?
Yeah, do you care about an air ball at this point?
No, what are we holding on? Well, you're just going to toss it over the key. It's going to get intercepted. They're going to take it the other way for a layup. It's like, you're wide open. Shoot the ball.
Well, I don't remember what time it was, but I remember getting online and I went to Vegas Insider and I'm like, what are the lines? Because I don't think at that point the Raven game was finalized, and I think they wait for all the games to officially be done. Or maybe I'm wrong on that. But
I think you're slightly wrong on that, but I
went
not.
to it,
Yeah.
and I clicked 2025 wild card.
Sure.
So I scroll down, and I'm like, Washington, Tampa. What?
Huh? Oh.
And I started slowly realize, they don't
yeah.
have the new lines up. This is last year's.
Commies ain't here this year,
Damn
buddy.
it.
Neither is Tampa.
Dude, me and my brothers did a over-under on every team. And whoever gets the most over-unders, we all put in $40.
Sure.
They get the pool,
Win
right?
total over-unders, yeah.
How many over-unders from the preseason do you think I got right out of
From
32
all
teams?
32. I'd give you... God,
20.
there's some total surprises in there.
Dude, there was a lot more surprises than you.
Because we would have taken the over probably on the Lions, on the Commies, on the Chiefs. Yeah. I'm going to go 14.
Yeah, you almost nailed it. I
Oh.
had 12.
12, yeah.
And I haven't looked at my brothers yet to calculate to see who won it, but 12 cannot be the winning number.
That's a fun little season-long bet right there.
It was, yeah.
It's kind of fun. Like,
it
you
was
just
a
take a
fun,
shot.
different thing to do.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? We could do Survivor Pool, which is totally fine.
Yeah.
But also, over-unders are a little trickier, and maybe it's a little harder to win that one.
Yeah, that's not easy to do, man, because you have a feeling on a team, and you think back to the way we thought about so many throughout the NFL this year and all the disappointment, all the surprises. We had two teams do something that had only happened one time in the history of the league this year, and that was lose 13 games and then win 13 games the following season.
That's pretty crazy.
There was only one team that had ever done that in the history of the NFL, and this year you have both the Jags and the Patriots do it.
The NFC North, I nailed every single prediction. Packers under, Vikings under, Lions under, Bears over.
Yeah.
That goes to my Bears will win the division, and then I jumped off that train.
We'll get to our flip it or stick it picks today. Don't worry. That's in the old notes for the back half of the
AFC
show.
North, I got entirely wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't get a single one of those right. The AFC South, I got 3 out of 4.
That's not bad.
AFC East, I lost all 4 of those.
Yeah.
I had no feel for that division.
Did the Bills hit the over or the under?
Under.
What was it, 11.5?
11.5.
Yeah, just
Yep.
missed it, but that was close.
Dolphins, 8.5, 1-8.
Yeah.
Jets. AFC South, I think I did pretty well in. Jags, I nailed.
Yeah.
I
They
think
probably had a pretty low over-under coming into the year, I'd imagine.
the Colts, I believe, where is this?
They were the laughingstock of the league in August, so I can't imagine theirs was more than 4.5, 5.5.
Theirs was 7.5.
It was 7.5?
And they won 8.
Yeah, they got there. That's an over for the Colts, baby.
Titans under, Texans over, Jags over. I did pretty
Yeah.
well in that division.
That's
But yeah,
not
for the
bad.
most part, 12 out of 32. Pretty bad.
That's a fun little bet we can do next year in August going into the year.
Because you just don't, you think
You
you
have no
know,
idea.
and you don't know.
This is the beauty of the NFL. Is
Oh,
that every
so
year
good.
we think these teams will be great and these runs will last forever. I brought this up a couple weeks ago, but it reminds me of the Dan Campbell post game in the NFC title game where they lose the 20-point lead to the 49ers, and he says after the game, instead of the rah, we'll be back, we can't wait, he said, this might be the only crack at it we ever get, man. And you look back and you're like, yeah, you might have been right there.
Do you guys think, I know we'll get to a lot of the NFL today, and then we will get to some college football because the Ducks play on Friday.
Friday night game.
We have a game Thursday.
We do.
So we don't have many days here to preview and talk about the college football. We got news out of college football. The portal was portaling yesterday.
Very hard yesterday.
Are we already scared of Indiana next year? Because, my God, they have a furry and a stud receiver.
You know how I feel about furries, man. I'm intimidated.
Dude.
I don't think they're on Oregon's schedule, though, next year.
Him wearing cat ears and hoisting a Big Ten title would be hilarious.
If he wins the Heisman, he's got to go as a furry.
Does he get Signetti to color his nose and be a cat for Halloween? Signetti is a cat.
I'm already terrified of Signetti.
I agree.
Cat Signetti, whole nother level. Whole nother level.
That's a pissed off black cat.
If he comes out in Atlanta on the sidelines wearing cat paint on his face, I'm just going to turn the game off.
What would we do if Signetti came out with a tail? Would you be more encouraged or less encouraged?
Way less encouraged, dude.
Yeah.
If you're that level of psycho that you could do that in the Peach Bowl in Atlanta in front of 15 million people, I'm terrified.
I watched that entire Peach Bowl press conference, which it's always funny. They zoom these dudes in, and then they put that weird Peach Bowl background on that you can tell is fake.
Right.
And I thought there was some good stuff in there, and we'll get to some of the audio. I couldn't stop staring at Signetti. Even when Lanning was answering, I'm just staring at Signetti. He's just like making these face reactions. I feel like he was taking notes on some of Lanning's answers. I'm like,
that's what you feel about Dante Moore right now.
All right, I got
He's
that.
doing that right now.
And I can't stop. This dude is like,
he's like a mythical creature at this point.
he really
with what
is.
he's done. Like,
he really is.
I know people made him bleed last year, but until somebody makes him bleed, it's just wild the way we look at that team and talk about that team, and he's the reason why.
People may have made him bleed, but he is the guy who's bleeding, and he gets up and he thumbs across his lip with the blood, and he licks it off, and he just stares at you and goes, "I love that taste."
Now I'm more scared.
And now you're like, "What,
dude? I thought you were down by 15 points. What the hell happened there, man? You're wiping your blood. I'm running away.
I think it's not even close of all the coaches remaining. He's the one you least want to face.
Well, Ole Miss doesn't really have coaches, so yeah, that doesn't count.
They're actually going to have coaches.
Oh, they're allowing them to hang around again? Okay.
Golding came out and said, "Oh, they're going to be with us." Turns out they are going to be with us.
I love it that I read the story, too, that Ole Miss has to pay for all those PJs.
Yeah.
Like, just, this is fun.
Yep.
So that's cool. Mario's done a great job this year, and I've given him flowers, but I think, there's moments in clock management that you're not quite you're terrified of his roster that he's built.
Sure.
You're not terrified of him as a head coach, whereas Signetti has those mental prowess that has you a little scared going into the game.
Yeah, people keep going, "It's hard to beat a team twice," and I keep looking at him, and I'm like, I don't know where I'm at yet on the pick, but I just look at that guy and I go, he might be an exception to that rule.
Yeah.
He's insane, and his team's really good.
Also, the last time people told my team that it's hard to beat a team twice, they lost the second time. So,
that's very true.
That's, And then when the roles were reversed and we won the first game, then when the second game happened, it didn't go our way either. So, second times around don't go well for us.
Not great for Oregon.
The last few
recent
years.
history.
No,
yeah.
no, they're not.
Well, we got a lot to get to. Sunday Night Football was popping off last night.
That game was like the horse drawing where the back of the horse is like drawn by a 2-year-old and then the front of the horse is drawn by
That was a tequila night.
Yes.
I want to give proper credit on that game, and we'll start with that.
Okay.
All right, we'll start with the Sunday Night Football. We're ease our way. We'll talk about the NFL. We got the playoff matchups to get to, give you some of the point spreads of that thing. We'll get to some Oregon stuff. Adam Rittenberg of ESPN coming up at 7:30. Loaded show. Let's get it going. Lamar and the Ravens fall on a kick. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers back in the postseason. We'll start there. Dirt and Sprague 105.1 The Fan.
a.m.
Westwood one on the call there. I love the subtle little noise you hear when he kicks it, because he kicked it and you could instantly go, well, that's no good.
Yeah, right off of the foot, you knew that wasn't going
And
in.
I love hearing just, from the color analyst there. He's like,
It's one thing to miss it. It's another one to miss it that's just gone. It's like when you hit a tee shot. It's just like within 10 yards of the tee box, it's out of bounds. You just know it. It's not like that's hold on. No, it's just that is a.
Mike Golick was a color analyst for him.
That's blocked out of bounds, dude. You're going to go ahead and read to you, or we're going to drop out there in the fairway.
well, look, I text this to you guys, and sometimes I probably text too much in our group chat, but you guys didn't respond, so I don't know where you're at on it. I'm not being guy in the moment. I have felt this way for a long time. I just don't like – they had like 16 seconds. They had 2 timeouts. When they get that likely pass, which seemed unlikely.
Yeah, hey. But that was a hell of a catch.
As a hell of a catch. Collinsworth made a great point. Like, that's the guy who cost him the game against Cincinnati on Thanksgiving.
He did.
The Kansas City game with the toe. He's just a toe away from beating the Chiefs, right? But
I was thinking about them, too, because how did their season end last year? It was Mark Andrews dropping a 2-point conversion in the end zone, and I'm like, that ended their year. That'd be remarkable if that catch put them into the playoffs and then they magically go on a run.
So, like, I understand that at that point, we're all thinking, that, like, they're going to do this. I just don't like the dismissive, laid-back approach of, we've got 2 timeouts and the clock's on our side. We're just not going to care. Like, I don't care if it's 2 yards or 5 yards. Give your kicker more yardage.
Yeah, I'm with you. The only thought that I had in the aftermath of it was, did the early season fumbling problems of Derrick Henry weigh on their mind at all? And if it did, then why don't you just run the ball with Lamar Jackson? Like, just go extra blocker, let him just kind of, weave
Just
his
do a
way.
little,
You had
push.
timeouts left,
Yes.
so you could easily. I mean, I think they had still 2 maybe at that time.
I think they had 2 after the likely catch.
Like, dude, you got plenty of time, and there was 12 or 13 seconds left. They just took a knee and then called a timeout with 2 seconds. Let Lamar run around. Maybe he breaks one loose. Maybe you get down to the 10-yard line. My only thought, though, was that I remember them losing games. I mean, that Buffalo game was largely led by Derrick Henry fumbling. He did it. I can't remember who the opponent was a week or 2 later. And so we had that.
Detroit.
It was Detroit. That's right, on Sunday night or whatever. So we had that issue early in the season, so I didn't know if that was in the back of their mind of like, well, let's not risk that again. We're at 44 yards. That should be makeable for an NFL kicker. But largely, I agree with the point. Like, why would you just settle for that when you could get more yards?
I mean, I totally look, it's makeable. He was good all year, that rookie Luke.
It was, he was struggled 55+, but inside of 50, he was really good.
But here's my own, like, we just watched one of the best kickers in the sport miss his first extra point.
In like 3 years or whatever the stat was.
And I'm like, oh. And then they said 44 yards, and I go, I don't like this distance. And he's a rookie on the road, and they just...
And traditionally, that's not the easiest field to kick in.
No, the game-winning touchdown was thrown because the corner slipped and lost his footing in a double move, and he lost his edge.
I didn't feel great about it, and then you see it come off the foot, and you go, well, he missed that one, and oh my God, the Steelers are going to win. Here's Mike Tomlin banging his chest and kissing a camera.
I mean, he's in the playoffs again, baby.
But I do want to give credit. I want to give a lot of credit to Swag, because we were texting about, I can't remember what play had just happened, but Swag just
I think it was the Lamar, the first long touchdown pass.
The breaking between the two defenders.
Fourth down, they go for it, and you're like,
Zay
oh my
Flowers
God.
had 9 miles of green in front of him.
Well, Swag just texted.
And Lamar should have been sacked for a 15-yard loss.
The last 8 minutes of this game are going to be silly. And, man, you nailed it. That was silly and stupid given everything we had seen going into that moment.
Kyle Hamilton was out of the game. I'm assuming it was a concussion
It was a
protocol.
concussion protocol, yeah.
So now you had a backup safety trying to defend the middle of the field. There's no replacement for Kyle Hamilton at that point. So yeah, here we go. Rodgers and Lamar just making stuff up.
Touchdowns back and forth. A missed PAT from a kicker who didn't miss PATs in a decade, and then a 44-yarder at the end. Another breakaway touchdown that then was nullified because the Steelers came back and scored immediately after. Rodgers couldn't. What was
couldn't
going
hear.
on there?
His quarterback
headset was out.
I don't know if
He's
his
yelling
fingers
at
were
Arthur
out.
Smith. I thought he was going to chop his head off on the sideline.
He had to use Mason Rudolph's helmet.
He's like
He
switching
had to
out
switch helmets because
like,
his radio wasn't
dude,
working.
I can't hear anything. And Collinsworth's like, just get there and call the plays, Rodgers. What are you complaining
I
about?
thought Collinsworth was right on it. Like, dude, you're Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers, just call the best possible play.
Go run a slant. I'll throw it to you. Like, just figure it out,
Well,
man.
when he called that third timeout with 3:50 left, the crowd booed. They were like, you idiots. What are you doing wasting our timeouts?
Well, they had the long game that got them all the way inside the 10-yard line, and then they hurried up to the ball like they were going to go fast, and then they just stood around and then ended up using a timeout there. It's like, why would you hurry up to the ball to try and get that advantage, not let them sub? And then he's like, nah, huddle up. And then I think that's when the technical problem started, and they had to blow a timeout.
That rivalry in that sport is largely put up as one of the best, if not the best, for people in it. Some years I roll my eyes at it. Pittsburgh most of the time, if it's not Aaron Rodgers, it's Mason Rudolph.
Sure, they've been the same team for 10 years.
Even if those games are tied, I'm like, it's Mason Rudolph. I'm not putting Mason Rudolph in a best rivalry category here.
It's a hard-hitting rivalry like no other games in the NFL are hard-hitting.
That one, I mean, we were all like, that's the Sunday night game. And I'm like, given what we saw with San Francisco against that Seattle defense, I'm like, well, they made the right choice.
It was much better than Carolina-Tampa, and it was much better than San Francisco-Seattle. Because those games, that was kind of build up on Saturday, like, here we go. And then
don't worry, Seahawks fans, I'll give you your flowers.
Pissing rain all day in Tampa, which was not in the forecast when I looked at the game.
They said on Friday, I watched some NFL Live on Friday, and on Friday NFL Live, they go, weather's supposed to be perfect for the game, 70 degrees and partly cloudy. And I'm like, cool.
That first half was a
monsoon.
Rain. We literally did that in Sprague and Line because I took the Bucks -3 and Swag said, any weird weather coming? I looked at the Tampa weather and I was like, maybe a passing shower. It should be fine. Then I turned the game on and it's in a monsoon.
I want to play this cut. This was Lamar Jackson in the postgame because usually the loser, there's going to be some ramifications from it. It felt like for both teams, Rodgers might be done. We don't know. Maybe Tomlin's era's over. And the other side, it was like the Lamar stuff came out late last week. Are they going to trade him? Is he happy?
Horrible year for Baltimore, bookended by just how do you lose either of those games?
Bad injury luck, not a good year. Baltimore falls on a missed kick. Here was Lamar. He was asked if he wants John Harbaugh back, okay? That's the question asked. No further, no deeper. Do you want your coach back next year? Listen to Lamar Jackson.
That's you asking me about next year, Jameson. Like, I'm so caught up in what just happened tonight. I can't focus on that right now. I just told you. Like, he asked me, are you stunned? I'm stunned right now. I'm still trying to process what's going on. Like, I know we lost, but, like, that's all.
If my wife came up to me and recorded me and put it on social media and said, hey, Brandon, do you want to keep hosting a show with Andy? And I'm like, man, you talking about, like, why are you talking about that right now, man? Like, like I'm just thinking about what I want to eat for lunch,
We got a Wednesday show to plan for.
Would
I'm
you
not
feel great about seeing that video put out?
I'd probably start freshening up my resume and see where this thing's going to go. Am I getting fired? Are you getting fired? Are we breaking up? Is the show canceled? Do I need a new co-host? Am I the one that's not hosting anymore?
Talk about not answering a question, but not answering it is an answer.
Just say yes.
He clearly doesn't they clearly have a relationship riff. I think if I've learned anything this year, it's that Harbaugh and Lamar, whatever it is behind the scenes that we don't know, it's clearly there's a disconnect.
And sometimes you just need a fresh start. They've been together for a long time. I think we forget how long that run's been. Yeah.
I think Monken's been pretty good for them offensively. I know people are pissed at him this year because of the Henry stuff and the lack of carries, all that. If they are to move on from Harbaugh, you assume the staff is also going. Kevin Stefanski just got fired.
Him just moving over in the division.
Do you still believe in Kevin Stefanski?
I do.
As I can win and take you to the promised land.
I absolutely do, yeah.
I think he was so hampered and saddled by that dysfunctional organization and all the...
Who has his starting quarterbacks been the last 3 years? Name every Brown starting quarterback in the last 3 seasons.
But let's be honest about this. That Deshaun decision was not just Andrew Berry's.
No.
He was on board with the Baker's not my guy. He couldn't do it this year, even though he's playing through a shoulder injury. Let's go get Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say, like, what percentage he led, like, how much did his voice matter in that room?
Sure.
Like, he could say, yeah, sure, I agree with the decision, but maybe he's just saying that because he wants to stay in good, company with the GM and all that. Them keeping the GM is a whole nother conversation. But I just look at how bad their quarterback play is, and it's really hard. It's very similar to a quarterback who's playing with a bad team. Like, you can't get a real read on it. When your defense sucks and your offensive line is terrible, or you have nobody to throw the ball to, how should I feel about him? I don't know. You're not giving him a chance to actually compete and win. And with the quarterbacks that they've trotted out there the last 3 years, no coach in the NFL could have won with those quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders and Joe Flacco were his starting quarterbacks this year. Name me a coach in the NFL that's going to win with that. It doesn't exist. So The fit, I don't know about his fit with Lamar and that style of offense. I'm sure he's creative enough to work around it. But yeah, I definitely roll the dice on Stefanski
Well,
again.
I mean, if you're Stefanski, you look around the landscape. I know McDermott, everything could be hinging on what he does in the wild card weekend.
yeah, I'd take the Buffalo job probably before that.
Well, Buffalo seems slightly better,
Yeah.
but like when you power rank the jobs, there could be 2 of the top 4 guys at the position, if that's still how everybody feels, could be looking for coaches.
They very well could.
How often does that open up?
Yeah, what if the Packers get blown out in Chicago? Do they make a change? Does LaFleur out and you want to go coach for Jordan Love? And I
mean, if they lose to the Bears and they
I mean,
finish
the only-
9-8-1,
that's a horrible year for
it's
them.
it's already a terrible year.
And
for
I know
them.
Parsons got hurt, and that's a big part of it here in the back end of the season. But still, it doesn't change the
They
fact
tied the Cowboys.
they tied to the Cowboys when healthy.
the Cowboys.
When healthy, they tied the Cowboys. They lost at home to the Panthers. Who I should be
That's a
respectful.
division winner.
That's a division champion.
Yeah, why don't
Carolina
you clean
Panthers.
that up a little
My
bit?
apologies.
Jeez.
I'm going to make some plans for Saturday at
Put some
1:30. I'm not watching
respect
that
on
game.
Canales' name.
By the way, Cowboys hit their under.
They did.
Of course they did.
Nailed that one.
That they did.
All right, we got a lot more NFL to get to. We'll get some college as well. Adam Rittenberg at 7:30. Dirt and Sprague back with more, but first, Swag with the sports update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the final playoff team to get into the NFL postseason came down to the final play of the season. Ravens rookie kicker Tyler Loop sliced a 44-yard field goal attempt wide right that would have given Baltimore the win, but ended up giving the Steelers the AFC North title in a wild card game at home against the Houston Texans a week from today. Wild card weekend will start this Saturday. Rams are up first at the Panthers, followed by the Packers and Bears in Chicago. Triple header on Sunday starts with the Bills visiting the Jaguars. Then the Eagles host the 49ers, and the Chargers will head to the Patriots. Falcons getting a jump start on Black Monday. They ended the tenure of head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot, despite beating the Saints Sunday. This morning, the Browns turfed Kevin Stefanski after 6 seasons. Trailblazers back home tonight following a 2-1 road trip. They host the Utah Jazz. 7 o'clock tip on KUNP Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland, 5.5-point favorites. College hoops this afternoon over on 1080 The Fan. Ducks continue their road trip at Rutgers. 4 p.m. tip. You can see it on the Peacock Network. Our pregame coverage will start at 3:30 on 1080. Oregon, 6.5-point favorites. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the AM.
So we'll get to the Seahawks thumping the Niners, winning the division, getting the 1 seed. We'll talk about the Peach Bowl, do some peekaboo on Oregon, Indiana.
Back where it all started, game 1 for Dan Lanning in Atlanta. Did not go well. Hopefully the second time around goes a little bit better.
We'll talk with Adam Rittenberg about the Peach Bowl, his thoughts on it on a Monday going into the Friday contest. Also talk about Mario and Ole Miss, which will be on Thursday. But staying in the National Football League, something that I was thinking about last night and getting ready for today's show was, did the Carolina Panthers watch the Saints game and celebrate? Or
I think you did. I think you have to.
You have to celebrate after losing the biggest of your regular season games and just falling into a divisional crown?
I mean, it's funny that the only reason that they went in was because of the three-way tie scenario that was at play that I didn't even realize until I was watching the Monday night game between the Rams and the Falcons, and then they start pointing it out, and you're like, wait, what?
Well, I felt like I dropped the ball on Friday's show because when I looked at Swag gave us the NFL playoff scenarios, I just completely overlooked the Atlanta has to beat the Saints if the Bucks win, or the Saints have to beat the Falcons if the Bucks win for the Bucks to win. I just didn't look at the scenario.
Right.
And so I went into that game Friday morning with the thought of that's for the division. And what's funny about what I'm saying here is Tampa also thought that even after the game, they thought they had won.
Yeah.
And then somebody had to explain to them they needed the Falcons to beat the Saints to beat the Falcons.
You need Tyler Shuck to come through, and ladies and gentlemen, Tyler Shuck did not come through.
So I felt like an idiot on Friday's show, not telling everybody out there who probably already knew anyway of like, hey, in this scenario, Tampa wins. They need the Saints to win.
I'm just glad after dealing with this for months in college football of tiebreaker scenarios like the ACC, how dumb could you be? Now we have to go through this in the NFL where you have 3 teams with the same record. Tampa won. We all thought that they won the division, but they didn't actually win the division because then Atlanta won, and now it's a 3-way tie, and that goes to Carolina. But to answer your original question, I think you do. Like, it doesn't mean it's not as raucous of a celebration as of like you needed to win and then you needed another team to lose and you took care of business and now you're rooting for them to go take care of business. But if it punches your ticket to the playoff, I think you're celebrating that because that's something that Carolina has not done very often in their history, winning a division title.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think tie-break scenarios, I know they don't happen a whole lot.
They don't happen very often.
But when they do,
they suck.
I find them to be really stupid. Like, we have that division, and then I'll say this as a completely biased person. The fact that the Niners are the 6 and not the 5, that tiebreaker scenario doesn't make sense to me.
What's the scenario?
Well, their division records are the same with the Rams.
Yes, they are.
They're both 4-2.
They split the games with
LA.
split
with the games with each other.
Yep.
I would think in my mind you would go to conference record because you're in the NFC.
That'd be my guess.
Niners are 9-3, Rams are 7-5.
So that's clearly not it.
It's a what is this, Swag? It's a common opponent outside. It's just the dumbest thing is the third scenario.
You would think conference record would make more sense than that because you're playing largely NFC teams.
Who made these tiebreakers? We need to talk to them.
All of it's dumb, and it hurts even more specifically when it impacts your team. And you're like, wait a minute, what? Like, if it's not impacting your team, you don't really care that much, but when it's your team impacted, it's the dumbest thing possible.
To the NFL's credit, their tiebreaker rules have pretty much been in existence for decades. It's not like they reinvented
Rewrite
all
them.
the time.
Rewrite them. You don't have them right.
New rules, damn it.
There
Come on,
haven't
NFL.
been too many 3-team tie. Usually it's just 2 teams, and you go to head-to-head, and if they split, then you go to division and conference record. So the 3
But that's not the order they go in, because when they go to split regular season, the next is division,
and those are tied.
You would think conference is next. It's not.
It's not. Should it be, though?
It's like a common opponent thing outside of the division. It's some weird, stupid one that I'm blanking on because the conference record is in San Francisco's favor, not the Rams. And one's the 5 getting to play that Panther team. My team has to go Philadelphia.
One of them's a 10-point favorite, and it ain't the 49ers in Philadelphia this weekend. That's for damn sure.
They're going to truck that team. I know they lost to them. They're going to beat the Panthers.
Look, part of me wants to almost – Carolina shouldn't be in the playoffs. I will die on the hill that sub-500 teams should not be allowed in. That should be the base level that you have to accomplish. We argued this in college. Should the G6 teams have to be ranked? And like we yell about this for months on end. Why is Carolina in my playoff? Why? Why do I have to? That's the first game of Wild Card Weekend, 1:30 on Saturday. Carolina versus LA. I don't want to watch the game. I don't care about the game.
Yeah,
I'm going to boycott the first quarter. I'm going to do something Saturday. I'm going to check the score at halftime, come back in, and see that the Rams are up by 17, and say, let's watch something else until the real football starts.
You reverse that. If
Not
you
my
do it.
playoffs.
You either watch the first half and see if you need to hang around. You don't check back in.
No, they got to prove it to me that they deserve my eyeballs. They're not getting my eyeballs out of the get-go.
You're going to watch that game.
They need my.
Stop it. We know who you are.
Convince me you need my eyeballs, Carolina.
Your ass is going to be on that couch. Teddy's going to be hitting his little T-ball set, and you're going to be watching Carolina Rams going, what am I doing with my life?
And then the second half's going to roll around, and I'm going to say, see, I told you so. They're up by 24. Why is this a playoff
Here's
game?
what's
This is
gonna
so
happen.
stupid. Give me Detroit. I know Detroit's not that good, but I'd rather watch them play the Rams.
Me too.
This is what'll happen. They'll schedule their chores because Sunday's a triple header. Sunday you're on your
I
couch
got to
all
get
day.
stuff done. Saturdays might get
So
stuff done.
Saturday morning will be chore time.
Yeah.
He'll record it.
Coming off the high of the Oregon-Indiana game the night before, where I'm going to be
high?
the feeling of a big game. Oh, shut up over
Got
there.
gummies
Would you
now.
shut your mouth over there? You know what?
The high, huh?
Make sure you got two.
Just
Tune
think
into
about
that post-game show.
think about. I won't be on the post game show. Think about the mood that I will be in on Friday evening, and the person I will be in my household on Friday evening. And then fast forward to Saturday when I'm like, hey, babe, guess what? There's more football on all weekend. So we get to, that's the one. If there's one game that I won't watch a lot of,
He'll
that's the
record
game.
it, and then he'll get back. If they run long or whatever, he'll start fast forwarding.
Well,
it.
Nightcap is Packers and Bears, and I can't
Yes,
wait for that game. That's
great.
going to be
That's
awesome.
5 o'clock.
If the Ducks lose,
I might take a break from football for the first part of the next day.
I think you're going to hate watch the Panthers so you can say, I knew it.
Just make me even angrier.
Or you watch the first half, it goes exactly how we all kind of feel like it's going to go. And I know, Sprague, what about Marshawn Lynch in the same game?
That's so stupid
I
because it
know.
happened one time. What happened to Seattle the next weekend?
Well,
They had one play, and he hold my knee, and then we
was a
have
great
to
play.
Now we all have to pretend that every below 500 team should be in the playoffs. It's the dumbest thing that they allow in the NFL.
My point is, you're going to watch the first half of Rams-Panthers. You will not see it at halftime. You'll watch the first half because you want to be proven right that the Panthers shouldn't belong.
I'm actually going to go gamble the game right now. I think the line's below 10.
And if the Rams are up big at halftime, you're going to turn to Teddy. Are you going to say, hey, Teddy, let's
Teddy.
turn on Miss Rachel in?
Take your hands and put it down your pants, son.
Sounds good to me. We'll do that until Packers and Bears start.
Yep.
Sounds like a better Saturday afternoon to me.
That's exactly how that's going to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go gamble the game right now. The line has been at 10 since it's open. It's now down to 9.5, and I'm gonna jump on that.
I just like
That game sucks. I don't want to watch the Panthers in the playoffs. Bryce Young's terrible. The team's not very good. I have no desire. That's not a playoff team. One of these is not like the other.
Well, they are.
No, they're not.
No,
No, they're not.
They actually,
No, they're not.
No.
No, they're not. Nope. Every other team has a legitimate pathway and a fun, entertaining storyline around them other than Carolina.
Rico Daddle.
It's not playing the Cowboys. Revenge game's over. Okay? Nobody cares.
T-Mac.
T-Mac is awesome.
J.C. Horn.
And that was a push. Was that not off? I mean, I thought he pretty blatantly
I thought it was, but
shoved the guy out of the way 10 yards into the route.
I don't know either. You
Am I
know,
watching different
the
football
Lions
here?
commit a pass interference, and I'm like, is that a pass interference?
what's going on there?
And him. They are a playoff team. They've won their division.
Yeah, people disagree.
But I will say, yesterday I was thinking, like, the way you win to get in the playoffs after having just lost the game you quote unquote
they
needed
got
to
into the
win.
playoffs by losing and another team winning.
That is the definition
Yeah.
of backdooring
I'm
your
not-
way in.
Like they did. What we emphatically, we're here. We
I
won the
disagree
game.
with you. I honestly, who I am as a person, I can't fathom celebrating that. I'd just be like, all right,
All right,
Rams.
let's go get our ass kicked.
I'm not like, light up the cigars.
You give me Devontae Adams back. They're going to win that game by 28.
Oh, do we know where he's at right now?
Hamstring. They said a couple weeks. I don't know. They're not going to say anything probably for a couple.
You
of
don't
days,
need him for this
I'd
game.
imagine. No, they don't.
I know that, again, they lost to them not too long ago.
You know what they tell me? It's hard to beat a team twice in 1 year.
Well, we'll find out Friday, won't we?
Yeah, we will. God, I'm scared.
It's got to be fun shows this week.
Don't rip my heart out, Dan.
Kind of scared for you, to be
I-
honest with you.
I need this, Dan.
Well, it might not be Dan's fault,
Dan,
you know?
Dan,
That other guy's a psycho.
Dan, help me out.
We will talk with Adam Rettenberg about Oregon, Indiana. We got the Seahawks we need to talk about. They have deserved and earned the number 1 seed. They get a bye. They don't play this weekend. They get to put their feet up and watch everything sort itself out. So we'll talk about that. Dirt and Sprague at 6:43. Back with more on The Fan. The Seahawks earned the number 1 seed in the NFC. They won the NFC West, a great division race this year between the Rams, the Niners, and those Seahawks. 14, 12, and 12. And there's the Cardinals with 3.
Same old Cardinals. The Cardinals will always be the Cardinals until they prove us they're not the Cardinals anymore.
Every division needs a Cardinal, though. No matter how good or tough the divisions are, you need a Cardinal in there.
Yeah, you do.
Can you do me a favor?
What do you got?
Could you lean in here for a second? I have a
yeah.
secret I want to tell you.
Sure, what do you got?
Okay. We'll talk about the Seahawks at 7, okay?
Okay.
The SEC is 2-7 in their bowl games. It just means more.
You slipping in a college football nugget here for me? You doing that? You sliding that in?
I
didn't see that coming right
when
here.
the Pac-12 was 2-8 or 1-7, people wouldn't shut up about how bad the conference is. But no, 2-7, being favored in 7 of those 9 games and losing outright.
Yeah.
Losing by 35 in a Rose Bowl playoff game. Nothing to see here. No big deal.
No.
It's a badass conference. They're physical. They're scary. They're tough.
Look at the recruiting rankings. Can I also point out that in the aftermath of the bowl games, that 2 teams who we talked about throughout the course of the year from that conference, who were largely ranked in the top 25 from start to finish, preseason all the way to the end of the year, and that would be Tennessee and Missouri. And after their bowl games, do you care to guess how many wins over FBS teams with a winning record Tennessee and Missouri had combined?
Well,
that's 2 top 25 SEC teams that are used, mind you, as resume boosters of, hey, did you see? They beat Tennessee.
I think
they beat Missouri.
You asking me that makes me want to guess a number, and I'm not going to guess any. I'm going to say 0, Bob.
That number is 0. Yeah. Tennessee and Missouri beat 0 teams.
That's
combined FBS teams with a winning record.
That's insane.
Anybody that's 7 wins, anybody with 8? No, none of that. But they were in the top 25 all year. Look, I have my fun with the Washington Huskies. You know that. Congrats on your LA Bowl win. Are you going to hang the banner in the stadium like you're half of a national championship?
I think they're celebrating that they kept their coach more than they are the LA Bowl win.
Are they celebrating? They're probably celebrating that.
Yeah,
DeMont Williams re-signed. You got your quarterback re-signed.
Boston's gone. That's going to be tough.
They couldn't snip the top 25. But Missouri and Tennessee just... Who did, what happened when Washington played Illinois? Do you remember that game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Washington killed them. And then
Illinois
and Tennessee played in the bowl game.
Yeah.
And, guys are opt out. Like, only players on SEC teams opt out of bowl games.
That's the only time you hear about it, yeah.
Nobody on Illinois, not their leading sacker, not their 2 best offensive linemen, not one of their best wide receivers. No, nobody sat out on Illinois' team.
I remember when Florida State got left out of the playoff because of the Travis injury, and 70% of their team opted out of the Georgia Bowl game.
They lost by 60.
And they lost by 60, and people were like, oh, really? Really? It's just because they opted out, huh? It's like, what I'll say, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is just because I don't actually keep track of conference records in bowl games because largely most of these are irrelevant and I don't really care. But
their streak of not winning a national title is also hanging on thin ice because Ole Miss is their only hopeful left.
I mean, if Miami,
maybe they do it, but
yeah. But right now, I think more people in America would vote the national champion winner is going to be the winner of Indiana, Oregon than they would Ole Miss, Miami, and then maybe Miami even ahead of Ole Miss for people. But
people have a big lean on Miami, it feels like, in that game.
I just think it highlights, one, the absurdity within the college football media, and it shows you, I don't want to use the term bias, but it certainly shows you where all of it leans.
Of course it does.
Where all they're hubbed at and what they talk about and what the narratives are. And you're so right on Tennessee, Missouri, because those were used as
Alabama won on the road at Missouri and survived.
Georgia beat Tennessee in a last minute weird ending to a game. And it's like, oh, and then you find out they beat 0 FBS teams with a winning record.
Right. I'm not saying it's a bad loss.
2-7, and I'm just like, and the Big Ten, it might be on the verge of winning 3 straight national championships. I don't know, man. They have a worse record than all the other conferences.
Yes, they do.
But we talk about them, and look, I'm just as guilty as you or Swag or anybody out there. Mm-hmm. When an SEC team is on the docket of a game I'm watching, I still am like, I don't want to pick against that conference because of how many years of dominance they've had.
There's a little more juice.
But the reality is, man, they're good. Maybe Ole Miss does it. They're not like light years ahead of all these conferences the way that they're talked about.
And I'm not trying to say winning at Tennessee or winning at Missouri is an easy thing. Those are talented football teams. I'm just simply pointing out the way that we prop up wins like that and then don't do that for other conferences is where the problem lies.
Zero wins over winning record FBS teams actually makes me question what you just said of
Totally
those
fair.
are good football teams.
Totally fair. I will be fair to both of them and say they both have very difficult schedules, and if you put them in the Big 12, right, does Tennessee have wins over FBS teams with a winning record? I'd imagine that they would have beaten a Kansas State or a Iowa State, or right, that you could win games like that. I'm just trying to, I don't like the way that those are propped up and we don't do it for other conferences. To me, winning on the road at Tennessee or Missouri is the same as winning on the road at Washington. Those are very similar wins, but one's viewed a certain way by the national media than the other. I think the reality of it is there is good competitive depth in the SEC. There's not as many bottom feeders. There's good programs who have NFL draft caliber players on their roster. Like a South Carolina has two of the better players in the sport on their roster, but they were a disaster this year. So their depth is better than a conference like the Big Ten because those teams are just better than insert the bottom half of the Big Ten, which is largely terrible. But the Big Ten potentially winning 3 straight national championships would be a hell of a feather in the cap. And Indiana and Oregon, or whoever wins that game Friday, will have a chance to do it.
I mean, we know the bottom of these conferences are not good in any of them, and so it's just more about what the top does. And right now, the top of the Big Ten,
their top teams in the Big Ten are better than the top teams in the SEC.
And some of us it's going to take longer, but for the most part, here you are. 2-7 in your bowl games, and only one team left in the SEC. A loaded second hour. The Seattle Seahawks clinch the division and the 1 seed in the NFC. We'll kick off hour number 2 talking about Seattle's ass whooping over the 49ers. Dirt and Sprague, second hour, 105.1 The Fan.
Now, From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, it took the final play of the regular season to determine the final playoff team to get in. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers winning the AFC North when Ravens rookie kicker Tyler Loop pushed a 44-yard field goal attempt wide right at the buzzer Sunday night. And now the Steelers will get a home game against the Houston Texans. That will wrap up Wild Card Weekend a week from tonight. It'll start this Saturday with the Rams at the Panthers, followed by the Packers and Bears in Chicago. A tripleheader on Sunday begins in Jacksonville, Bills at the Jaguars. Then the Eagles host the 49ers, and the Chargers will be in New England to face the Patriots. Black Monday for the rest of the NFL. The Cleveland Browns said bye-bye to Kevin Stefanski after 6 seasons as head coach. Falcons got a jump on things Sunday after beating the Saints. They decided to end the tenure of head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. Blazers back home tonight following their 2-1 road trip. They'll entertain the Utah Jazz at 7 o'clock in Moda Center. You can see this one on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016 if you don't have a ticket. Portland 5.5-point favorites. Oregon Ducks are still on the road on the East Coast in Big Ten country, taking on the Rutgers this afternoon. That'll be a 4 o'clock tip. 3:30 pregame. You'll hear it on 1080 The Fan. Oregon 6.5-point favorites. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live. Sports Network.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2. During Sprague here, 105.1 The Fan, the Fan Sports Network, 7 a.m. on the dot there, buddy.
Look at you.
Here we go, man. Here we go.
Suck it, brand man.
Back
New year,
like
new
we
us.
never left, baby. One of your resolutions, be on the clock more?
Yeah, it's a goal. I'm tired of hearing about it.
All right.
It's annoying.
Let's see what we can do.
Half the time I want to murder my producer. The other time,
Yeah, he's so loud. We gotta get a fix for that talkback because that talkback is just.
it's not his fault. Actually,
it's
to be
not his
fair.
fault. He's
Something
talking
in
soft.
This, headphone has just blown up or something.
My buzzing sound's gone though. Nobody responded
go.
to my email, but it doesn't buzz anymore. So maybe somebody fixed it over the weekend. Shout out to Joe Fisher, I guess.
New year, no response on emails. Same things carry over, huh?
Well, to be fair, I don't ever read my emails either, so I can't really criticize anybody for not reading their emails.
You know, that's a very fair
Yeah,
point.
You know.
I had a whole goal of like deleting my inbox from 27,000, and I didn't do it.
That's going to take so long. You got to go to like a tech guy. Can you just scrub this entire thing for me?
I'm terrified, but I also just want to hit delete all and not even go through it.
Yeah, there's stuff in there that I probably need.
But there's probably something in there that I missed that it's like, oh, I should respond to that.
Yeah.
Resolution's off to a good start here on the 5th.
I have no resolutions this year, so yeah,
Oh,
I'm doing
really?
great. I'm not a big resolution guy.
Most resolutions, I saw a study that says it's over by
That's why I don't do resolutions.
January 8th or January 10th, I think.
Like if I want to be a better person or get in shape, I'll just get in shape. I don't need.
But not be a better person.
Nah, I'm probably not going to do that. I'm kind of stuck in my ways at this point.
Oh, okay.
I did learn over the weekend. God, potty training. What a weekend. I do need to start watching my cussing. We've officially reached that point.
Did he repeat a word?
Not a bad cuss word, but I think I said a dang it or something like that. And he
Dang, it's not a cuss word.
I know it's not, but it was the first time that I had said something that he had heard, and then he repeated it, and I cuss quite often.
Oh.
And so it's now like, oh, that's the first time it had been responded back to me.
Yeah.
And now I'm worried about using cuss words. So maybe that's a New Year's resolution to stop cussing in front of my kid.
My 9-year-old was doing the copy me and mom thing, you know?
Oh, yeah, the miming you.
And
That's
so eventually I
always fun.
said, oh, you piece of... And she went, oh. And she just stared at me.
Say it. I
was
dare
like,
you.
Say it.
I dare you. I dare you to say it. I'm still in charge here. Look at me. Who's the captain now?
She's not even going to school today, by the way. Their
What?
school is off today.
What the hell?
I have
They've
no
been off
idea.
for
Well, they've
2
been off for a
weeks.
month.
Why do they need the Monday off?
We're going to get snow this month, too. They're going to get a week off
No,
for
I
a
thought
snowstorm.
I thought everybody was back.
Everybody is
today.
back
Hell.
except my kids' elementary school.
God, kids today are so soft.
It's like you need to get ready to go to bed. You got to read a book. I don't have school tomorrow. What?
Excuse me.
What?
Huh?
It's Monday.
What are you going to do all day?
Get out of here.
Jesus.
Move out already. All right, we have a lot to get to here in the second hour of the program. Adam Rittenberg will join us at 7:30. But let's kick off the second hour. We've talked a lot of NFL, a little college football there at the end there, but mostly NFL today. Boy, what the Seattle Seahawks did Saturday night. That was I can't remember who I was texting because I text a few people in my life when the Niner games are happening. That halftime score was exactly the same feel as Texas Tech Oregon to me.
That game was almost identical. to
I
the
felt like a
Oregon,
Red
Texas
Raider
Tech game.
fan. I'm
Yeah.
like, well, this game's over.
We don't have any hope, but somehow it's still a one-possession game. They miss a field goal, and you're like, wait a minute. We're kind of – you put a drive together, and then you turn the ball over inside the 5-yard line, and if you don't do that, it's a 13-10 game with, 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter?
That was devastating because they had no right to be in that game.
No. Seattle was the better team from start to finish.
Dominated.
Opening drive on.
Like, here's the flowers. There's 2 bouquets for you. You absolutely dominated. However, I will say – when I turned that game on, because I wasn't on social media, and I saw Trent Williams in a sweatsuit and Ricky Pearsall, shocking. Ricky Pearsall can't play because he's banged up. I mean, talk about a great talent who is just like every other week, he's out.
Yeah.
If he plays against Philadelphia, which I believe he's on track, according to Shanahan, him and Trent Williams would have played if that game was Sunday, not Saturday. If he plays against Philadelphia and they somehow win that game, he will not play the divisional round.
Mark it
Book
down
that
now.
right now.
He will not be in the lineup.
But when I saw they were out, I went, oh, God. But then I watched it unfold, and I'm like, oh, God. And just domination. And look, I know a lot. There's been articles about Darnold. We can get to that if you want. But that defense was flying. They were loud. And I will say for the first time, because I've pushed back on it, that felt, as shorthanded as the Niners were, I felt like I was rewatching the Legion of Boom. They were hitting hard. Mm-hmm. They were being loud. They just had the energy. Like
talking S after every play,
yeah,
it felt like.
That was, for me, the first game this year, and maybe I'm just way late to the party because Seahawks fan will tell me I am.
Sure.
Where I was like, crap, dude. They do look like the Legion of Boom right now.
Well, it's one thing to do it against bad teams. It's another to do it against a 49ers offense who, albeit banged up, came into that game rolling as good as anybody offensively. Like, look at the Niners over the last month offensively. They went on the road to Indy and lit them up. They lit up the Bears. They were playing at a very high level. Purdy's numbers over the last month had been incredible. Now, again, you got to be fair here and say, well, their best offensive lineman and probably their number one wide receiver were not in the game, and that's going to impact things a little bit. But injuries are there for everybody, right, this time of year. It's funny because I think that would leave me far more confident if I'm a Seattle fan, because the last big win that Seattle had that we talked about was their comeback win against the Rams on Thursday night. And that was a great comeback. You get the punt return, the reverse on the next drive, and you're like, oh my God, Seattle's going to find a way to do this. The wonky 2-point conversion. The main talking point in that game for a lot of people was Sam Darnold and his ability to play in big games. One of the bigger takeaways for me in that game was how their defense got lit up like a Christmas tree in the first half. Mm-hmm. And the Rams and Stafford were doing whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, and just moving up and down the field. Even when they didn't have points on the board, they were getting stopped on fourth down. They were still driving the ball consistently. And then all of a sudden, late in the game, Seattle found a way to tighten the screws, and the Rams couldn't get a damn first down, and that helped lead to the comeback. But I view Seattle through the prism of they're going to go as far as their defense will carry them. I don't have a lot of faith yet in Darnold. I'm a Darnold guy, but there's a bit of a, you got to show it in a big moment. And he was fine on Saturday night. Wasn't perfect, had a couple of nice balls, but they had some moments where they were stubbing their toe offensively, missed a field goal.
He didn't need to do a whole lot.
No, because they only gave up 3 points.
Yeah.
So you only had to score 7 to win. You only had to score 4 to win, but I have a hard time getting to 4. They're going to go, I view them very similarly, both number 1 seeds, that is. They're led by their defense, and as long as their defense is elite, they will have a chance to win in every game. And so that's why the Rams game was a bit of a red flag for me, and I'm sure Seattle fan will say, well, a couple of guys were out, and that might be true. I don't follow injury reports week in and week out for every team, but that was the biggest thing out of the game. It wasn't about Darnold getting a win in a big game. It was about, holy crap, the Niners were steamrolling everybody offensively, and you just went in there and held them. I think it's the first time they've been held to 3 points under Shanahan since his first ever game as head coach, held them off the board of a touchdown. Like, just a dominant performance by that defense.
And it's what drove me crazy was the fact that San Francisco I think when they got near the goal line was their first drive the whole game of breaking the Seattle the Seattle 30. Like
because the field goal they were outside that at the end of the first half.
It was a dominant performance by that group, and you are a dropped Christian McCaffrey pass away from making that a 3-point game with like 8 and some change, and you're like, oh my God.
That's why the Oregon-Texas Tech example is perfect, because Oregon dominated every aspect of that game, and then you look up and it's 13-0, and they have the ball on the 10-yard line, 3rd and goal. And if you score there instead of throwing a pick, all of a sudden it's a one-possession game, and you're going, ooh, this is a little uncomfortable now, and that would have happened, but a little bit behind, McCaffrey tips it up, incredible bounce, but Seattle took advantage of it.
I mean, I tend to agree with almost everything you said about Sam Darnold. Like, his numbers are fine. He wasn't bad, and I also his completion percentage was good. I didn't think he was like stellar, but he made the throws when he needed to be fair.
He didn't do anything stupid.
Well, he almost did out of his own, like, he didn't mean to be stepped on, right? But that handoff, I mean, there's pivotal play after pivotal play in that game. It's just like one swing and turn of momentum.
Yeah.
And you do ask yourself, and I probably say that a little biasly, but like that handoff to Charbonnet, it's clearly fumbled.
Very easily could have been
recovered. And the D lineman like falls on it, and it just bounces off of him. And what happens? Well, okay, and then it's 3rd and 17.
And you give up a run.
And they just are saying, we're going to punt. Here's a toss. 19 yards. That was it. When they made that first down, I said, that's game. They're not winning this game. There's no chance.
There's a stat floating around that there's only been 4 runs on 3rd down all year in the NFL, 3rd and 15 or longer.
They have 2 of them.
And I think they have all of them. I thought I saw the stat where there was like, they had like all 4 of them. It was like, whoa, okay.
Right, because they had one against the Rams. They got booed when they handed that off. They got the first down. And then they were ready to punt, and the Niners just give it up. But there's an article by Mike Silver on The Athletic where it's like all about Darnold. And it's,
That's what we do in the NFL. It's
you know what? It is, but also like we have eyeballs. We watched it. Darnold was fine. They ran the ball, and their defense was awesome.
That's how they're going to win in the playoffs.
And thank you. And it's not that Darnold won't throw a touchdown pass or he won't have a good game, but it's like if they're to get to the Super Bowl and go back to Santa Clara, it's going to be because they ran the football and their defense could not be scored on or moved the ball on.
I view them, I'll make the comparison for Thursday night's game in the semifinal. Like, you just can't lose the game if you're Sam Darnold. And the first Rams game, he throws 4 picks. God. Then you get the Rams at home. What happens? He throws a pick 6 and a critical, or I don't think it was technically a pick 6. They might have tackled
got
him
to like
the
the 1 yard
and then they
line,
ran it in. So essentially a pick
through
6.
Through a goal line interception.
Through a goal line. Like, there was just, look, you can't do that. As long as you don't do that, your defense is good enough to win you almost any game because that's how good they are on that side of the ball. And so that's the way I view Carson Beck on Thursday night. Like, just don't come out and throw 3 picks, and you're probably going to win because you're the better team and your defense is really good. You just, this is where sometimes using the phrase game manager, people view dirty, it's a negative connotation. That's not the case for me. Like, you're in a great spot, Sam Darnold. You have waited your entire career to be on a roster that's built like this, where you don't have to be the guy. You're not the savior. Just go out and manage the game. Don't turn it over. Pick up a key first down here or there, and you're going to find a way to be in every single ball game. The other thing that they have going for them is history. The stat floating around this weekend blew me away, and then when I look at it, I'm like, I guess that makes sense when I remember the years that they've been good. Every time Seattle's ever been the number 1 seed in the NFC, they have gone to the Super Bowl. It's only the 4th time it's happened.
Not a whole lot of times.
It's only the 4th time it happened. Well, they haven't been in 3 Super Bowls, and every time they've gone, they've been the number 1 seed. 2005 lost to the Steelers. 13 they won. 14 they went back. All 3 of those years they were the 1 seed, and now here they are as the 1 seed again.
Where are you guys today after watching that game? And I think there's truths on both sides. Lights out defensive performance, great run blocking, and Darnold was good. And then I think the Niners had no left tackle. You could clearly tell the pass rush was there all night.
Oh, yeah. Purdy got beat up.
You didn't have Pearsall. Obviously, McCaffrey was zeroed in on for the Seahawk defense. Hey, we take him away. Who's going to beat us?
Yeah.
Jawan Jennings?
Yeah, he had one nice play here or there.
And look, I love me some George Kittle. George Kittle, if you go look at, like, some of their bigger games, go look at his last Super Bowl. Didn't do a whole lot. I like George Kittle, but he has some big game where you at guy.
Come on, George.
Are you guys in they are the favorite for you in the NFC?
I still can't do it because there's something about the Rams. The Rams, to me, are still the favorite in the NFC. And
Despite all of what you've
despite
seen with the
all of-
Rams.
Despite all of it.
Are they second behind the Rams?
They are number 2 behind the Rams.
Yeah.
There's not a high trust factor for Chicago, and I think they put that on display this weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
Philadelphia's offense has been not. I mean,
I don't think you trust Green Bay either.
not
with
trusting.
their
Hell no,
injuries.
I don't trust Green Bay.
San Francisco.
San Francisco.
No.
If they find a way to win and you get Fred Warner back, I think it changes the equation a little bit.
And he's telling teammates he might be able to come back for the divisional round.
He's one of the best players in all of football, probably the best linebacker in all of football, so that changes their defense a little bit. So maybe the thought process is different there. Carolina, get the hell out of here. They don't belong in the dance anyway. So to me, it would go LA 1, Seattle 2, but that might be disrespectful to Seattle because they're going to have home field advantage the rest of the way now.
Yeah, it's I know a lot of people are not believers in him as a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
It'd be wild if Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl this year.
Well,
It'd be wild if Seattle won the Super Bowl.
You could really just go, well, yeah, but also like we knew they'd be good.
We
it
did.
just this level of good. I don't think we had this.
Here's what I will say.
I didn't have him as the 1 seed.
I certainly don't root for anything Seattle related.
Sure.
I'm anti-Seattle in every way, shape, or form. That's the way I've been my entire life.
We're
Pisses some
always
people off.
anti-little brother city
Without a
unless
doubt.
it comes to the pro teams, and then we're Mariner fans and Seahawks fans. I find it an odd thing.
Yeah, and I don't like being a little brother, and I'm jealous of them, and I want everything that they have, and
Sure.
that's where my anger and my hatred comes out of it. But where I will give them a ton of flowers is they went into a division this year where I know San Francisco had a down year, but they're a known commodity. The Rams have been a known commodity, and they just won a title. Arizona sucks. We don't need to talk about them. When they made their choice at quarterback, they were mocked and ridiculed by the majority of the NFL world.
Well, even some of their fans were like,
Gino
what?
Darnold, what?
Right.
This is the same thing. And
Right.
look, they're not here because of Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold has certainly played well, and he's had a decent season, but that's not the primary reason they're there. But it hasn't been this disastrous offseason. How do you move off from Geno Smith? It turned out to be a great move for them, and they stockpiled defensive talent, and they largely built a roster that's kind of similar to what they had the last time they went on a run. I don't think this defense is the Legion of Boom, but I think they're very talented. And so they said, let's build that, find a way to run the football, get a little bit better on the offensive line, and then a quarterback that could go out there and manage the game for us. And that's exactly what Russ was early in his career. So their front office was criticizing the offseason, and they deserve a ton of flowers for the years that they've had.
Oh, they built their offensive line back up. They gave Cross the
Zabel's
contract.
been good, the draft
Zabel's
pick,
been
yep.
good. The running backs, they have 2 running backs that
and they
you
didn't have
trust.
Cross in this game, too. I don't know what
No,
his,
he was injured. He
his
was out.
time frame is, so you got a bye week now to get him healthy.
Obviously, JSN is in the conversation
Yes.
of the best receiver in the entire sport. What's funny about what you just highlighted there, like how they got here, he has certainly had some good moments, right? I don't want this to be an anti-Darnold thing because he just had an efficient game and they just got the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Only 3 less interceptions than Geno this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Geno, Tua, and Sam Darnold have the most interceptions of all the quarterbacks with starts.
That's quite a few. That's quite a few. And 4 of them came in one game. One bad game.
Yeah.
Was
But I think that speaks to the defense, right? That speaks to what
they still
are.
had a chance to win that game when he threw 4 picks.
Yes, they
That
did.
sums up who they are.
They are field goal attempt away from potentially winning that game outright. So the Seahawks wrap up the number 1 seed. They win the division. They beat San Francisco. They thumped San Francisco on Saturday night. We'll talk with Adam Rittenberg. We'll dive into some college football coming up at 7:30 and get his thoughts on the Oregon-Indiana Peach Bowl and also the Miami-Ole Miss games. So we'll talk with Adam Rittenberg here in the second hour at 7:30. Dirt and Sprague, we're back with more on 105.1 The Fan.
AM.
We'll talk with Adam Rittenberg at 7:30. We'll break into some college football. I don't know if Dirt has on the old show sheet the red-hot Portland Trailblazers.
Red hot and rolling, baby.
Oh,
Break them up. Here they come.
4-1.
Two last notes on the Seahawks that I forgot. One,
Yeah.
they did my guy John Schneider dirty.
What do you mean? Oh, the armpit?
Dude, as somebody who sweats a lot, I felt bad for him in that moment because that's me in every public place I ever
Are
go
they
to.
supposed to time when he's going to raise both arms
Give
and
me
high
a heads
five?
up. Let me know. That was a bit swampy there, John.
Yeah, that was egregious.
Dude,
some
don't wear a
stuff
shirt
going on
like
there.
that if that's how you roll.
I think maybe that's just how you roll in anything
gotta
you
get
wear.
some better deodorant
As somebody
than
who
that.
sweats a lot, the deodorant does
No,
not
it's
matter
not
in
a
the
No, you got to
clothes.
get antiperspirant. You got to get something.
Antiperspirant does not matter, okay? From a pitter over here, let me tell you, the deodorant change does nothing for it.
I
And
tend to agree with that.
Neither does the shirt choice. I could be in a cutoff T-shirt and I'm pitting out, and it's not about a sweat thing. It's just you just sweat a lot in your pit. So I feel bad for John Schneider there. The other historical thing that a listener reminded me of. So not only every time they've been the number one seed, they made the Super Bowl. Every time a new pope has been
Crowned?
popified, whatever,
Yeah.
crown. They've gone to every year that's
been
happened.
in.
They've gone to the Super Bowl. 2005, it was John. Was it John Paul? Was that John Paul? Whatever. Yeah. And then the last guy,
Sean Paul, John Paul.
13, 14. You know, you get my point.
Jim, Bob,
And
Steve.
now
you
we
know.
got our cool Chicago Pope,
Yeah.
and he happened to be it happened this season.
Not cool at all, I'll tell you that much.
Wow. There you go.
We'll talk with Rittenberg coming up. So in the AFC, right, we have a lot to get to this week in the NFL, the playoff matchups. Sean Payton became the third coach ever to win the 1 seed in both the NFC and the AFC.
Yeah, I guessed one of the other coaches
You
pretty
did.
quickly.
You did.
And the other one I would not have guessed.
Yeah, so they showed the graphic because we saw one of these ESPN, can you stump Rex Ryan? And I'm like, oh, I saw this graphic, so I knew the answer.
Just put a picture of a foot up there.
Well, I don't think that would stump him. I think
He wouldn't think about the trivia question
he'd
if you
start
put
drooling.
If you put a foot up there, he probably wouldn't get the answer right.
All right. The answer is Tom Coughlin was the first to do it.
Yeah, I would have totally forgot about the Jags year early on.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, we need to have a conversation on the Jags. You talk about, are you buying the Seahawks as the favorite?
Jags are a wagon, dude.
They are
Wagon.
Wagon right now.
And they've leaned back into their old unis, and I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, how do you not pick them if they're going to wear this? I got
was
rid of the old one or the new
shocked,
one.
Tell you, shocked that game against Buffalo is the 10 a.m. game on Sunday.
Me too.
I would
feel
have.
like it
I
should be
would have
more
thought they
prime
would have
time.
flipped the Patriots Chargers.
That'd be my
to the-
Monday night game.
Yeah, you could do that, or have that be the 10 a.m. game, and then have the Jags and the Bills be the Sunday night game.
It either needs to be Sunday night or Monday night. Whoever made that schedule, I think, dropped the ball.
Arguably the hottest team in the NFL against a quarterback who finally has the big boulder out of the way that has always stood in his way of getting to a Super
Like
Bowl.
Pittsburgh and Houston is your Monday night.
That's got to be ugly. You know that's got to be ugly.
We'll go through the schedule.
Yeah.
We'll go through all of it. Denver is the 1 seed.
Mhm.
They get that win against the Chargers and Trey Lance. I saw the stat. The Chargers sat 11 players in that game.
I mean, they didn't play anybody, and I'm glad that they didn't.
Yeah.
Look, I said
They
this
could have
last
been.
week.
They could have been the 6, but is
Here-
there a difference
look.
for you playing Jacksonville or New
There
England?
is. This is going to sound
Oh.
really dumb to a lot of people.
You'd rather play New England.
I would rather play New England because the only reason is I'm not saying that New England is worse than Jacksonville's a wagon. New England's been great all
you
year,
could
and they
think
might
Jacksonville's
have the MVP.
better than New England. I don't think
I
that's
just like if there's
outrageous.
one thing that's going to eliminate the Chargers, what is it? It's a dominant pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
It's guys up front who can just beat up on their one of the worst offensive lines in the last 30 years in the NFL. And by the way, literally every stat metric points to that.
Right.
Jacksonville has the ability to do that. New England is a very good team and a very sound
But
team.
they beat up on women allegedly.
That they do, or chefs, some people would say.
Well, I was a lady chef.
Yeah, that it was. They're not known for their that's not the feature of the team. Like I wanted nothing. If I'm a Charger fan, I want nothing to do with Houston, and I know they damn near won that game, but I want nothing to do with that pass rush again. Jacksonville just ripped them apart at the line of scrimmage when they went on the road a couple of weeks ago. So I actually love the Chargers' idea of let's just get the 7 seed. We'll play New England. They've never been here before. We're older. We're more experienced. We're a little more battle tested. They got a young quarterback. I like that matchup for them.
Very odd to watch both Diggs and the defensive linemen just out there and
Playing, baby.
like it happened back to back.
Yeah.
Very odd situation.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this for sure. Did Harbaugh say that's the strategy? Because I
Not
thought
that they won
was,
in New England. No, they just said they want to get guys healthy.
you know what? You might be right in terms of matchup, styles make fights, all that. I thought that was all that was about. That was not we'd rather be the 6 or the 7. I think that was Herbert's hand's broken, and we want nobody else to get hurt in this game.
Yeah, because if your quarterback's not playing, you don't have a chance to win the game anyways with Trey Lance. He was, look, to be fair to him, Denver's got a good defense, and nobody was playing around him. Dear God, Trey Lance was awful yesterday.
Yeah.
And if Herbert, you don't want to play Herbert because he's got a broken hand and he's been beat to hell the last 2 months. So get him a week off.
Yep.
And if he's not playing, you might as well rest everybody else.
Well, so here you go. You look at it. Bo Nix and Denver are the 1 seed, and maybe they're the runaway favorite for you. New England's the 2. Liam Cohen and Jacksonville are the 3.
Yep.
Pittsburgh wins last night to win their conference or win their division and get the 4. Houston, Buffalo, Chargers. It's interesting to look at that and not say out loud how many people are going to pick the Bills just because they have the one quarterback of the group of 4 quarterbacks that we say in this tier stuff versus if you look at the AFC and NFC, Caleb, Jalen Hurts, Bryce Young, Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, Sam Darnold, right? That's not counting Stafford, who might win the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the AFC, it's Bo Nix, Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, old-ass Aaron Rodgers, C.J. Stroud, broken hand Herbert.
Yeah.
People are going to look at the Bills, and maybe they won't because I think the Jags are an absolute wagon.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game.
Wait for Friday to see the line on that one because I think people are going to start betting the Bills.
I bet the over in that game. That's the only play I've made so far.
That's a good bet.
I thought the Bills' defense stinks.
But it's interesting how it's lined up for Josh Allen, where this isn't his best team. But some of those other quarterbacks that have traditionally been in your way, they're not there now.
Nope. This is the first time. This blew me away, and I love that Cincinnati gets included in this because they're only one of these. This is the first time since 2018 in the AFC that the quarterback that wins the conference will not be Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes.
God, it's
now, again,
2026.
Burrow is only one of those, so that's mainly a Patrick Mahomes
Bills are
stat.
a 1-point favorite.
They're a slight favorite on the road.
Give me the Jags.
I think you have multiple, 3 road favorites right this weekend?
I'm done questioning the Jags, dude.
You just have to.
They
have been
so
awesome.
good.
They've been awesome. They're a well-rounded team. There's not a lot of weaknesses there. The addition of a wide receiver at the deadline has improved their offense tremendously. That's a brutal game to open with for Buffalo. But if they can win it, I think if they go on the road and win in Jacksonville this weekend, and Allen looks great, and they find defensively maybe they're decent, I think then you look at Buffalo a little bit more of the rest of the way of all right, now I got unproven the rest of the way, and you got a chance to go on a run here. There's a lot of pressure on Buffalo going into this playoffs because there's no Mahomes standing in your way.
We'll get through the matchups, the TV schedule, all of that, but let's pause the NFL conversation and talk some college football. We got a Peach Bowl on Friday, Oregon, Indiana, and we got Ole Miss in Miami on Thursday. Adam Rittenberg of ESPN will join us coming up next, but first, Swag with the Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the final berth in the NFL playoff bracket came down to the final play of the regular season when Ravens rookie kicker Tyler Loop sliced a 44-yard field goal attempt wide right. It would have given Baltimore the win, but it ended up giving the Steelers the AFC North title and the ability to host a wild card game at home against the Houston Texans a week from today. Wild card weekend starts this Saturday. Rams at the Panthers is up first, followed by the Packers and Bears in Chicago. Sunday's triple-header starts in Jacksonville between the Bills and Jaguars. Then the Eagles host the 49ers and the Chargers head to the Patriots. A Black Monday has seen only one coach get the axe today. That was Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland, who was shown the door after 6 seasons. The Falcons technically got a jump on things Sunday, ending the tenure of head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. Blazers back home tonight following their 2-1 road trip, entertaining the Utah Jazz 7 o'clock. You can see it on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland 5.5-point favorites. And the Oregon Ducks continue their road trip in Big Ten country. They're at Rutgers today for a 4 o'clock tip. You'll hear it on 1080 The Fan with pregame coverage starting at 3:30. Ducks 6.5-point favorites. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of
catch to put them on the board, or at least their first touchdown in the Rose Bowl. So, in some ways, it's similar that Indiana is not reliant on one running back. Oregon certainly not reliant on one running back. Same at receiver. I would certainly give Oregon the edge at tight end with Sadiq, who might be the best tight end in the country. But they are kind of similar teams, line of scrimmage based, really good quarterbacks, and a lot of variety at the running back and receiver spots.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Becker for the year he's had, because I remember when they came to Eugene, I didn't even know he was on the team. And then like 3 weeks later, I'm watching one of the games. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Where did he come from?
Penn State game was
the
really
Penn State game. He had this breakout
game.
game. You're like, has he been there all year? Was he banged up? I'm so confused. I'm curious to ask you, Adam. My team, obviously being in this, has there's a lot on the line for me on Friday night of Oregon, Indiana, but even that, I can kind of step out of the bubble and acknowledge how cool this Final Four is, and I'm curious what message it sends. Like, you have Oregon that's never won a national championship, Indiana that's never won a national championship, Miami hasn't been relevant in a quarter century, and Ole Miss, so I guess they claim a third of a title from 70 years ago, but let's be honest, right? They've never really won one either, and so you got a chance for a first-time national champion, no real recent blue bloods of the Ohio State, Alabama, Georgias in the world in this Final Four. I'm just curious what message that sends to you about where the sport's at.
Yeah, I think it's diversifying. I mean, I've still been kind of in that old mindset of in most years only a few teams can win the national championship, and I think that's starting to shift a little bit. I still never think it's going to be 10 teams. Maybe it's going to be 7 or 8, but that's certainly better than what it's been. I mean, there's a lot of years we can go back and look where maybe only one team could win a national title or two, and that certainly changed. I didn't think Ole Miss would be able to get this far, especially with the disruption on their coaching staff. We've all been conditioned to look at Miami as a team that will make mistakes despite its talent level, and that could still happen. But they've gotten to this point, and they deserve a lot of credit for that. Indiana, again, this is one of the best, wildest stories in all of sports in the last. I don't know how many years you can go back. I mean, who would have expected Indiana? Oregon's really the most established team. Oregon has been good for a long time. Oregon played for a national title. Oregon's been on the stage before. But these other three, because of the layoff with Miami, it really is astounding. And, you do wonder because of the portal, and that's certainly a key factor in all of 4 situations. When you look at the quarterbacks, when you look at some of the depth pieces that they were able to bring in, and then the different coaches and their profiles all connected to Nick Saban, but all a little bit different. It does show that I think we're going to see more years where the pool of teams that can contend for a national title is going to expand, and we're going to see more teams that haven't been on this stage, getting there.
Final one for you, because we know you got to go, and we appreciate your time here on a busy week for you as you get ready for 2 playoff games. Who do you have in the national championship game? So we're very curious on where you lean with that one, and who's your winner.
Yeah, so I mean, I picked the games right when they come out, the same night, and I had Indiana reaching the national title game. Hard to go against that, although I think Oregon's certainly capable of winning this game, but they're going to have to play their best game of the season. The other one is fascinating. Miami's better along the line of scrimmage. You saw that in the Ohio State win. I think they have more NFL players on their roster. Ole Miss may have actually had a more talented team last year, which is wild to think about. But you look at what Trinidad Chambliss did in that Sugar Bowl. The confidence he's playing with, the playmaking ability, improvisation. I'll probably lean Ole Miss to win that game. So I got Indiana, Ole Miss, but it really could end up any of the different possibilities. That's the exciting thing. You don't have – listen, Indiana, when all is said and done, we may look at them as a less talented version of the LSU team in 2019, that it was just inevitable. But these other teams are certainly capable. And there could be all sorts of outcomes later this week.
And, I'm assuming you have the psycho Signetti sitting there celebrating with a natty if he gets there?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Again, watching them in the Rose Bowl, and I know that's not the best Alabama team we've seen by any means in recent years, it's just hard to look at Indiana and see an area where, if you do this, they're going to fall apart. Now, listen, they haven't gotten behind big, and maybe that's the key. If they get behind 2 scores, we're going to see some cracks in how this Indiana team operates. But I just think they're so sound. They're so experienced. You're learning about how they evaluate personnel. I'm writing about that later this week. Has been really interesting, and the things that SIG prioritizes, maybe over other things that other coaches value. So it's not as much of a surprise when you kind of learn how this roster is built, and I think they're built to finish the job.
All right, there we go. Great stuff. Adam Rittenberg, look for that piece later this week. Enjoy the playoff semis, and thank you so much for hopping on a Monday. We always appreciate having you.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
All right, there we go. Adam Rittenberg, ESPN, on Twitter, at ESPN Rittenberg. You're welcome.
Nobody's giving us a chance.
Nobody's giving you a chance. I got a guess
chance.
that I knew would not give you a chance. You're welcome.
I watched Pate last night. He took Indiana to win, took Indiana to cover. Nobody's giving us a chance. You know what? We're just happy to be here. I don't even know if we should play the game at this point because it's going to be such a bloodbath. There's no point. They won the first one. Why play the second one? But we're just happy to be included, man. That's all we're doing.
I see you wearing the Christmas present. How's it fit?
Dude, it's a delightful T-shirt.
Does it wear?
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's a great fit. Love it. Love the look.
I like the teddy bears. I'm jealous.
The dancing bears on the elbow. It feels fantastic, man.
Let's do an early look ahead of this one, Indiana and Oregon, because they had a press conference. Was it yesterday?
Take your hands and put it down your pants,
Saturday.
I think it was Saturday.
I watched it last night.
Saturday at 11:30, I believe.
One of those weird.
Just why I don't know, but none of it makes sense right now. Our coordinators aren't even in town yet. Are they back yet? I sure hope so.
Let's talk about this. There could be some aspects of this game that are a little out of the control. Oregon, Indiana, how you're feeling about it today on a Monday, given the game is on Friday. 503-864-6326. We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
AM.
Loaded third hour of the program today and a fourth hour. Happy New Year. Somebody asking, when do you stop saying Happy New Year? Well, in case people weren't with us on the 2nd on Friday last week, this is our first show back for some. So I'll say it just for today.
I'm not a big Happy New Year guy.
I mean, I don't really do it
ever
much.
say that.
I
you say that to like your neighbors. Hey, Happy New Year.
I was just coming back from a break,
sorry,
dude. What do
sorry,
you want from me?
I'm a little hangry right now. I made a bagel this morning. It was in my kitchen, cream cheese ready to go, and I left it on the counter.
Yeah, that thing's going to be stale as hell when you get home.
Hopefully the wife tossed it or ate it. She wakes up shortly.
Hey,
here's your breakfast. I made you breakfast, honey. Look at that. Nice little start to your week, but I got to go get a burrito in the next break.
Well, your big game is on Friday.
That it is, Bob. Very excited.
We don't have a ton of guests this week, but we're lined up with some. We'll maybe hopefully get Don Fisher of Indiana football, and he's a good friend of the program now. I'm curious where you're at today. Like, I know ultimately you're going to end up picking, and you should go down with your team.
Oh, yeah.
I am curious about a couple things. One, the coach angle is fascinating to me. I texted this to you during the Tech game, and we didn't talk about it on the Friday. It feels like Lanning's doing a little more coaching of the defense. Maybe I'm just reading body language or something.
Well, I'd imagine that some of those roles have to be passed off because they can tell you all you want that they're focused and here. And
it's not normal.
But you can't do
We know
it.
this.
After the game was over, both coordinators immediately flew to Berkeley and Lexington,
Yes.
and they've been recruiting over the weekend, and they'll be back in town and help game plan. But it's not the same as a normal week. That's
It's
just not the reality.
And any questions you have about offense, give Texas Tech the credit on defense. Like, maybe part of that is, Will Stein's trying to build a program while still coaching a different program.
Very well could be.
It was just portal day. The portal was portaling. We'll get to some of that today.
Yeah.
But Indiana's not dealing with that.
No, they are
Now,
not.
Cignetti did say in the Peach Bowl press conference, we have some audio clips, but he said he had to take a 4-hour break in game prep because it's portal day, and they're forced to portal while still having to coach in the semis, which tells you how stupid the schedule is. But
I think he had 13 kids on campus in the transfer portal who were taking their visits.
I'm curious about the coach impact outside of Lanning, and I think it's fair to ask and wonder aloud, has Indiana gotten better since they played Oregon? Because I think you can make a case they have.
Certainly appears that way.
The Penn State game is a point you could say, well, that game, Sprague, they should have lost. Yeah, but they didn't.
Well, nobody's perfect for 13 weeks of a season.
It's hard to be perfect. You get it out of some of these. Oregon struggled with Wisconsin last year,
Yes,
right?
they
And that
did.
Wisconsin
and
team
this
was
year
good.
it was 7-0 at halftime.
Mother Nature.
I know,
But my point is, like, you're going to have those, and they got through it. I watch Indiana, and I'm like, I think they've gotten better since they played in Eugene. So there's a couple things for me early today that I'm thinking about the coach impact and how much Indiana's improved since they played at Autzen.
I mean, the coach impact is a massive thing, right? They're going to tell you a million times that, we're here and we're solely focused on this. And the reality is you're not. And that's okay. That's this dumb reality that we have to live in this sport. And Oregon is certainly not the only team that's dealing with it. Ole Miss doesn't even know if half their staff's coming back until 24 hours ago to coach in their next playoff game because I think everybody at LSU thought they were going to lose to Georgia. So sure, go coach in a playoff game, then you're going to lose and you'll all be here. And then they won. And now they're trying to figure that out. So Oregon's not the only team that's having to deal with that. I think the thought of Indiana getting better is a very rational one. They look like a wagon right now. They just beat Alabama by 35 points in the Rose Bowl. Now, I think myself and others included got a little duped by Alabama. Like, the reality of that team in the back half of the year was they were not very good. They were eking out wins over bad teams. They lost to Oklahoma, turning the ball over a ton. They blew a 17-point lead in the Iron Bowl, and Auburn was not very good this year. They were down 17-0, and if you don't get the sequence of drop touchdown pass and dropped punt, they probably go on to lose that Oklahoma game. But they use that as a slingshot to get them back in the game, and they win. And I think the way that they won the game in the second half led some of us to think like, oh, did Alabama wake up? When in reality, they were the same team they've been for the last 2 months.
Now, the slow start he highlighted, I had a thought on this, and we only had him for a window, so I didn't want to react to it. But, like, you can, I think if you're on the Oregon side, you might point to the beginning of that game where it was like pressure and a sack and not quickly scoring. Well, how did the other teams do that had buys? They did largely nothing. And I just wondered if that was the result of Indiana being off for the month.
Very well could be.
And then eventually they got, and I still think they got the better of all the teams because Bama wasn't that great.
And the fourth down call, and then they score, and it just changed the dynamic of the game.
But I thought they were slow starting, not so much because of what Bama was doing. I think it was more about their month layoff. They just had the easier opponent of all the other teams. And so I don't know if I put a lot of stock in, well, look what Bama did at the beginning of the game, whereas, Indiana was waking up from a month hibernation.
No doubt. And look, we're going to have all week to talk about a million different angles. I think on Monday where I'm at is I get why people love Indiana to win this game. I understand why everybody's picking them. They just beat Bama by 35. They just beat Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. Like, you go back to them winning at Oregon. And, a lot of people on the Oregon side of this will take flack for it. But the reality is the entire college football world was in unison in looking at Indiana the same way until that game happened. We talked about it that entire week. There's no juice on this game. Why? They're a top 10 team. They're undefeated. It's because we had 2 data points for Indiana playing elite championship level rosters. And both times it happened under Curt Cignetti, they got dominated in the game. The Ohio State game and the Notre Dame game. So we all went into that game universally thinking they're a great story. Cignetti's a great coach. I can't believe he's turned Indiana around and they're a top 10 team in the country. But I kind of need to see it to believe it. And then they did it against Oregon on the road at Autzen and won the game by 10. And I think everybody's eyes were open. And all they have done is backed up that performance week after week after week. Like they beat Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. They beat Alabama by 5 touchdowns in the Rose Bowl. So they deserve the flowers and the credit as the best team in the country. Where I'm at on a Monday is that I think Oregon has the ability to beat them. They just have to do something that they haven't really done a lot of this year, and that is play a good, clean football game. I think Oregon's hovering around a B or a B plus offensively for a lot of the year. And if they can come out and give you an A, they can win the game. I'm a psycho. I went back and rewatched the first game this weekend because I had some time on my hands, and I'm like, I want to remember how I kind of felt, because there's this narrative out there that Oregon got dominated and they lost the game by 10. And I go back and watch, and that is the final score, and I don't disagree with the fact that Indiana was the better team. They certainly were. It's a 10-10 game with 24 seconds left in the first half. You miss a field goal, they hit a 60-yarder. It's a 20-20 game with 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. They score a touchdown on a 3rd and 10. You then throw a deflected interception on the second play of your next drive. They get the field goal out of that. That's why it was a 10-point game. This idea that Oregon couldn't run the ball or they were dominated just isn't true. They were in that game despite how bad that they played. Now, Indiana might be better, and they're not going to have the help of the home crowd. So it's going to be an incredibly tough putt, but I think Oregon has the ability to do it. They just got to put together a game where they're finishing drives inside the red zone, not settling for threes, and they're converting those 4th downs that Dan's going to go for.
Yeah, I should have brought up Dante's numbers from that first match, because I would just say from the dominated angle, I dominated could be such a subjective word, but it wasn't dominated, but to your point of what you said of like you just watched it and you were like, Indiana's the better football team today.
Definitely the better team.
And they could certainly prove Friday that they are, and right now their record indicates as much.
Your numbers, Mendoza was 20 of 31 for 215 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And Dante Moore, 21 of 34, 186 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks.
And that was what I would say is like the dominating factor, however you parse that out. It was to me more about their defense looked like they put him in a mental hell. Like he hadn't.
With
their coverage designs.
He had never seen that before.
He had never seen that.
He didn't know where to go. He was
Yes.
confused in the pocket, and that was the other thing.
And that's what I wonder going in is like that version of the dominating. Can they disguise again and bring blitzes when you don't see them, and then drop certain people into coverages, go from one coverage into a different coverage? Like if they can execute that, I think they can find themselves in a good spot. But everybody keeps saying it's hard to beat a team twice and all that stuff.
Unless you're Oregon, Washington.
Well, unless you're Oregon, Washington. I don't know if we're going to carry over. We'll have this all week. Obviously, the game's Friday. We have a loaded third hour of the program. More NFL, more college football. The portal's portaling. Loaded third hour. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the NFL playoff bracket was not finalized until the final play of the regular season when Ravens rookie kicker Tyler Loop missed a 44-yard field goal attempt. That gave the Steelers the victory, the AFC North title, and a home date in the wild card round against the Houston Texans a week from today. Wild card weekend will begin this Saturday. Rams are at the Panthers, followed by the Packers and Bears in Chicago. Sunday's tripleheader starts in Jacksonville. Jags host the Bills, followed by the Eagles hosting the 49ers and the Chargers in New England against the Patriots. Black Monday hasn't seen too much carnage yet. Kevin Stefanski fired after 6 seasons as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Sunday night, barely before the plane landed, the Falcons got rid of head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. Trailblazers start a homestand tonight against the Utah Jazz. 7 o'clock tip on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland a 5.5-point favorite. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Ducks.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app. Whoa. Lots to get to this hour of radio. Have not talked about the red hot and rolling Portland Trailblazers yet.
No, we haven't.
Here they come, baby.
4 out of the last 5.
You get the bad Jazz at home tonight. Another dub on the horizon.
Well, we have a new coworker now, the producer of Primetime, Steven.
Oh, yeah.
And I caught the tail end of Friday's program because I went to a movie.
Aha.
And he did an update, and he said they've won 2 in a row. And I'm like, I swear to God, they just played and lost. He had omitted the Oklahoma City game. They had gotten absolutely housed.
I think we all kind of admitted that
it was
one.
just sandwiched in
Wasn't
between.
it on the same day as the playoffs,
It was
too?
New Year's Eve.
Yeah, it's New Year's Eve, so there's other stuff going on. You're like, nobody's paying attention to this game.
Right.
If nobody watched it, did it happen?
Well,
is it actually a loss?
It happened,
It probably did. Yeah. So they won a couple over the weekend. We will get to them at some point. The transfer portal is exploding everywhere, and you guys are looking for a new positional coach. Does that go down? Does he list that on his resume?
No, he doesn't. But here's the scary thing. You know what's on the resume?
Yeah.
Stud defensive player for Oregon State.
Yeah.
That's an alum. Who bleeds orange and black.
That was tough.
And I'll just tell you this. What does it say? One, Utah, you could certainly say, better job, Big 12, okay.
Same position coach, right? He's going to go D-line coach at Utah.
D-end or whatever versus D-line. I don't know how they're going to clarify that. But what I would say to you is you could feel that way, and I won't argue with you, but I respond with, is there a huge difference when it comes to your alma mater versus that? Okay, if there's not, then why would you leave? Something tells me the do-re-mi
a little bit different.
Smells pretty awful in Corvallis right now, especially given that we know how much the head coach is making. I can only imagine how little the assistants are making.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask your AD to take any pay cut, though, to make sure the coaches stick on staff.
That's an alum, dude.
You can't do
You
that.
shouldn't be leaving before the season starts.
It's the name on the front of the jersey that matters, Bob, not the name on the back of the jersey. Let's remember that, okay? So we got all that still to get to, and we'll play the fun game of what opening would you want if you were a viable NFL head coaching candidate?
Or do I wait?
Or do you? Oh,
I think you wait.
See what you did there.
I think you wait.
What do you got to accept 24 hours? Accept it or leave it. This is your only chance.
Okay.
Let's take a little bit in the Peach Bowl, though, because we did pull some audio. They had the press conference. It's a short week. We don't have a ton of time to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one time now where the playoff, like, they give you a month layoff going into the first round, and then you have, like, almost a 2-week layoff going into the second round. And now it's, okay, here we go. There's a game on Friday. Turn around.
So they can play games back-to-back weeks is what you're telling me? They don't need the month break?
Yeah, I think somebody told me that they do that throughout the entirety of the regular season where you play every single week.
It's weird.
And usually their games are, what day of the week does college football play on?
Saturday.
That's right. Thursday, Friday, and Monday, though, will be the final 3 college football games of the year. Thursday night, Friday night, Monday night.
Very odd.
Talk about bad birthdays. My birthday is the day after the national championship game. So,
Well, there's 2 ways to look at that. You're either...
Maybe we're not even there, and I'm just an
That's what
innocent
I'm saying.
bystander, and I'm heartbroken that way.
If you lose to Indiana, are you rooting for them to win it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Depends on who they play. If they play
Ole
Ole Miss, that's a tough one for me. If they play Miami, where I'm like, that's a no-brainer. I'd rather see Indiana win
I just think if they get past your team... I think they're going to do it.
There's a lot of pain there for me, but there's not a hatred for Indiana. Like, there's a massive level of respect.
Now, Miami and Signetti, I think I know who you're rooting for.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Yeah, give me the psycho. Let's hear from, though, both head coaches. One interesting note on the Final Four teams. I love the Final Four that we have, not just because my team is included. I love the message that it sends about college football and where they're at. One thing they all have in common, though, is they were all Nick Saban assistants. So how about the coaching tree of old Nicky Boy?
The Saban semis.
The Saban semis. That's what people are calling it. Here is Signetti on that fact.
I think everybody learned a lot from Nick. He was a great mentor, very organized, detailed, had a plan for everything, managed, lead, how to stop complacency, game day, recruiting evaluation, player evaluation. He had it all. And, if you were serious about your career and wanted to be a head coach one day, you took great notes or great mental notes. So I felt like after 1 year with Coach Saban, I'd learned more about how to run a program than I maybe did the previous 27 as an assistant coach, and stayed with him for 3 more years. So there's a lot of disciples out there doing well, and that's why he's the greatest of all time.
It's funny. I watched this entire thing. It went on for over a half hour, and both coaches it is a simultaneous press conference. They're both there. I love the number of times that people ask questions to both of them. They had to go with what he said. But you had to give a more thoughtful answer. Here's Lanning on the same thing.
Yeah, I just echo that. In my time, I was working at Sam Houston State before I went to Alabama, and I was going to take a pay cut to go be a GA there. And when anybody asked me why, I said I'm going to get my doctorate in football. And that's what I feel like, working for Coach Saban. Just like Coach said, you learn so much. Things I thought I knew, I realized I didn't know anything. And I got to really carry that over with the opportunity to work with Coach Smart, who built off of that as well at Georgia. And that was an unbelievable experience for me. And obviously it shows here as we enter the semifinals.
Which one of his babies do you think Nick Saban's rooting for?
Ooh. You know what? Of all the people if you said, he'd probably tell you he's just happy that they're all there and they're all having this opportunity. I don't know which relationship is the best for him now or was.
Because Signetti was there for a decent amount of time.
I actually think it would be Mario.
You think it'd be Mario?
Of the 4, now because I think Signetti was a recruiting guy, a recruiting advisor or something.
Sounds right.
Lanning was just a GA. Lanning, when he talks, he gives Saban his flowers and always praises him. He talks more about Kirby and Norvell.
Because that's when he was an actual coach, a defensive coordinator. Yeah.
And Golding, I can't pretend to know a whole lot about Golding. I just know Golding coached with Nick Saban. I think of the 4, if you made me pick which one, it's probably Mario because he was the O-line and then he was the recruiting wizard for him.
Yeah, so Signetti was there from 2007 to 2011.
Yep.
So right out of the gate, right? Wasn't 07?
I thought 07 was LSU.
Maybe. He was already there and then
maybe
retained on the staff.
with him?
He was the wide receiver coach and the recruiting coordinator.
Oh, that's what it was.
So that's what he was. Golding was the, it says DC inside linebacker coach.
Okay.
I don't think he was the DC, though. That doesn't sound right.
Well, it's probably one of those co-DCs, but
kind
he's
of
just
things.
getting the title, not not the actual.
So he was there for 4 years.
Okay.
Let's check Mario because I can't remember how long he was
So
there
he
for.
probably, because I think Mario was more
Mario was
offensive.
3 years, and he was the assistant head coach, offensive line coach, and recruiting coordinator.
So I think it's still Mario, but you can make a case for probably Golding because he worked in a lot of meetings with
defensive
Saban,
side of the ball
stuff. Yeah.
I mean, look, it's one of those things that doesn't have that big of an impact on a game. It's just an interesting angle of all these guys work for Saban and their disciples.
He gets to
Saban.
celebrate no matter who wins because he's going to go, well, I helped create that.
This is a valid point. You brought up something in the last segment, and that was Dante and the mental side of the game that Indiana dominated for certain in the first matchup because Dante was seeing ghosts. Like in going back and rewatching the game, I was reminded, and I made this point last week, and I felt better after rewatching the game. Like Texas Tech could do to Oregon physically what Indiana will do to Oregon mentally. Like Texas Tech is so much bigger and stronger and faster than Indiana. They were just having plays where they would grab Poncho and throw him out of the way and then go make a play in the run game. Mm-hmm. Whereas Indiana's more of like, I don't know where the hell these guys are coming from. I'm confused and I missed a block because of that.
Yeah.
It's more of a mental battle than it is a physical battle. Here is landing on adapting the second time against that tough defense.
I think when games don't go your way, you're always trying to look for answers and reasons why, and it's really simple. They blocked better, they tackled better, they moved the ball and controlled the clock. They converted third downs. And it was all relatively close going into the fourth quarter, and then we turned the ball over. So you try to find all these moments that this was the difference. It's every play, right? Every play added up and every play mattered. When you're playing a team with great technique that has great scheme like Indiana, that's the edge. But again, I know Dante's trying to find, what are the things that didn't go right and how can he be better? I have a lot of confidence in Dante and the way he preps. And knowing he maybe felt like he forced some things in this first game. He's not the same guy, like I said earlier, at this point in the season.
To go back to the point I was making in the last segment, too, like I think Dante has shown flashes of NFL throws, right? Like the opening third down to Jamari Johnson on 3rd and 9. Great throw over the middle. The back shoulder along the sideline to Malik Benson. Great throw, great catch. Like they've shown that ability. Mm-hmm. And then there's the 4th down play action where he's got Sadiq for a walking touchdown. He doesn't throw the ball. It's like those are the kind of mistakes that you can't make against Indiana. And so the one reality of this game that I think everybody can universally agree on, I would be very surprised if Oregon won the game if Dante Moore has a bad game or an average game. Like I think in order for Oregon to win, you need him primarily and then leading the rest of the offense behind him to put together a complete game where there's not those moments or throws where you're saying, how do you not see that guy wide open?
Right.
That's a first down. You got to make that throw.
Well, and there's just similar. I mean, obviously, Rittenberg highlighted this when we talked to him, the similarities of the teams, the way that's, maybe not schematically all the way, but the way that they operate. The defense, the running attack, I think even personnel, right? Like go back to the Oregon-Indiana game. Did anybody talk about Malik Benson in that game?
No, not really.
He had the touchdown. Charlie Becker?
Yeah, Malik Benson had the one touchdown, but that was his only catch of the game.
But we didn't. Yeah, well, he had the touchdown. We also weren't talking about Malik Benson Monday of like, this could become their number one because guys are going to get hurt and he's just going to be awesome. We also didn't mention Charlie Becker.
Nope.
So it's funny how they both have a receiver that's just emerged at some point during the season and become almost the go-to guy in this. And injuries has done that more for Oregon than it has Indiana. But
Becker did not record a stat in the game.
Yeah, I mean, prior to the Penn State game, I was with you. I'm like, who the hell is Charlie Becker? And then he's making one-footed, great catches landing on his back. I'm fascinated by this, but I'm also fascinated by something you highlighted because I do think it's the game in a nutshell. Dante's ability to adjust to what he saw versus what Haynes is going to throw at him defensively. Because this staff, I don't know how we power rank coaching staffs in college football, right? I think the portal changes all of this, and it's just a year-to-year Jimmys and Joes.
Yeah.
But that staff is so damn good. I mean, if there's anything you take away, it's Cignetti's awesome. His defensive coordinator is also a 2-time Broyles Award winner.
That guy's going to get a head coaching job in
100%.
I don't know why he's still there right now. I would have been on the phone with him immediately.
You know what? That's a credit Cignetti to keep him back and probably have one more year of retaining him before he gets that head coaching gig. But my whole point is, you said, can Oregon play their A game? Because I think offensively, they've been hovering in that C to B range, depending on the game you want to point to. You play offensively the way you did against Tech. I just don't know if that game's going to be close.
Because you're not shutting out Indiana. It's not going to happen. You could be better than you were defensively in the first game. You tell me that, okay, I can envision that, but you're not shutting them out.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing to the staff that I want to give credit to Indiana is, like, I think they can go back and rewatch that game, and for all the it's hard to beat a team twice stuff, I think Indiana's coaching staff can just pick apart what did not work offensively, where Oregon's strengths are, and how they can change some of that game plan. The rushing attack is great with the 2 running backs, and we know they're loaded at receiver. So to me, it's about how much are you willing to bet Oregon does finally have an A performance on offense, if you're not counting the Oregon States or the Oklahoma State games, right?
Those games are no count.
If you take into equation all the other ones, what's the percentage chance going into it, if we're being honest here, that you think it's going to be A level? And if that's not a very high percentage, you just have to go in kind of thinking like, okay, this is going to be a pretty tall task because we have not seen it enough.
No.
And the offensive coordinator is currently building another program while flying in and out of town.
So as your defense coordinator.
Exactly. To still game plan for this game.
Yeah. I think the follow-up I would have to that is there an ability for them to scale up defensively from the first game to give them more of a puncher's chance?
I certainly wonder that too.
That's the hard read I have out of the Texas Tech game.
Because you didn't like the linebackers going into that Indiana game as much as you probably like them right now.
The way that they played against Texas Tech, like I don't want to revisionist history that. Like I'm sure the layoff had a bit to do with it. There's no doubt, and I argued that on Friday. But like Texas Tech was a team that was scoring 40 and putting up 500 yards offense on everybody. They couldn't do squat on offense that entire game. So have you peaked? Did you find something, or are there wrinkles that you have now discovered that are going to make you better this time around? Like they were very good in spurts defensively against Indiana in that game. The opening field goal that Indiana kicked out of the gate was because Oregon didn't get a first down. They went for it on 4th down in their own territory.
Yep.
So you hand them 3 points there. You gave them 3 at the end of the half because you missed your field goal and then committed a DPI and he had a 60-yarder. So there's 6 of your points. That takes you down to 24. They put together drives when they needed to, but defensively, Oregon came out and got a couple of 3-and-outs to start the second half. So that's the other part of it for me that maybe I need to give Oregon's defense a little more credit. One more piece of audio, and then we'll move on. Here's Lanning talking about, again, that Indiana defense being so dominant.
Yeah, it's, in a lot of ways you'd call it an illusion defense. They show you one thing and they take something else away. They're really good at post-snap movements, which makes it difficult for the quarterback. Their defense of line plays with relentless effort. They're tough to block up front. And then the technique, continues to show up. They've got, a guy basically playing quarterback there at linebacker that's able to get them lined up and execute. They've got, a strong corner there in Pons. They fly to the ball and they attack it in the air. Probably the best zone vision break defense I've seen this year in college football. They do an unbelievable job there and they get hats, and obviously it all starts with stopping the run. They do a great job with that.
Look, all I'm going to say is we're just happy to be here. Nobody's giving us a chance. Hopefully put up a fight. That's all I'm at. Just be competitive. Can we hang within 2 tuds? Do you think we can do that on Friday night?
I think you're playing a good game of we know what you're doing by saying that, but I think if you were to put a camera below our cameras on YouTube and the table, you're actually your legs are shaking. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to play that team.
That's a no-shake leg right there, baby. That's a no-shake leg right there.
It's actually pretty impressive. Did you get your leg on the YouTube?
You like that flexibility?
I think your
Did
leg
that get on the camera?
YouTube,
Did that get on there?
I don't know.
Look, we're just happy to be here. Nobody's giving us a chance.
Look, you're certainly
going to
a
fun win for Indiana. Yes. Congratulations on going to the national title game, and we'll see you next year.
You're certainly going to. You did get the leg up. That's actually really. You look like a dog about to clean himself. Is what you look like on YouTube. I certainly give you guys. This spread is 4.5 to 3 if you want to use the Pate model. All
4
that
right now.
It's
4 right
4
now.
in Vegas.
It's going to hop up and down a half a point over the next couple.
It's going to stay largely in this. You guys are absolutely going to give them a much better game than Alabama did. I think we can all agree to say that.
I don't know, man. That's Alabama you're talking about. Just happy to be here.
2-7 in bowl games.
Let's stick in college football a little bit longer. The portal. Let's talk about the portaling.
I'm already scared of Indiana in 26.
Yeah, they're talking about loading up. Signetti was like, I got 13 guys here for a visit. He said that in the press conference, and I think they got 13 commitments already. Oregon got 1, and I'm like, wait, what? Okay. Yeah. So we'll get to that a little bit, highlight some portal stuff, some college football stuff, dive back into the NFL at the bottom of the hour. Back here for this on 105.1 FM The Fan.
AM.
All right, welcome back in. Brandman's in, chewing us out. Get out of here, Brandman.
Well, he fixed your humming problem.
Squeeze them damn thing.
Simple
Make
as
sure you
that.
got two.
Plug this cord in.
Look, I'm not touching wires, dude. That's not my job.
I didn't major in
I'm not.
cord connection.
How am I supposed to know? If the computer doesn't work, I'll turn it off and then turn it on. Like, I can do that. I have that ability, but that's all I got here, man. I also would like to point out Daniel Meringue sat in this same seat, didn't unplug or unplug anything.
I don't know if he's complained about it on air the way you have, though.
Oh, Meringue's complaining more about it?
No.
Oh, I'm complaining more
I
than
think
Meringue?
you've complained the most. I don't know if Sukanik has.
He wasn't here on Friday, so he can't complain. Yeah. Well, we do have breaking news out of the National Football League. Should we just get to it now? You want to do it now?
Well, we have multiple breaking news out of the National Football League.
So much for that culture. Sorry, I had to slip one of those in there. I had to do it.
Get out of here, old man.
You know I had to do it. Pete Carroll,
he gone.
For the second straight year, the Raiders,
Yeah.
one and done with their head coach.
Don't worry, keeping the GM, though, everything's great.
Tom Brady's in charge. He'll fix this. I love how we do that again as if he didn't have any say in this last offseason.
Are we just going to act like the problem is not the obvious cheap owner who doesn't know how to run a functional organization?
God, they are so bad, dude. It has been just disaster class. I mean, from the end of the Gruden stuff with the emails and they fire him and then Pierce gets the job. I mean, it's been an absolute unmitigated disaster. And they were a team, like, I'll give you a little bit of grief for it because you were somewhat high on the Raiders. And
oh, dude, yeah. It's
like,
terrible.
I get it. Like, Carroll is an established coach. Gino had been a good quarterback. Like, I'm not making fun of the logic that went into making that call. It's just we all swing and miss sometimes in sports takes, especially in the NFL.
You have to swing on your seventh seeds, I think, in the NFL.
Hey,
for all my swinging on the Raiders.
You got the Bears.
I got the Bears.
So you got one.
That's a 50% hit rate on swings.
That's not bad. 50-50 ain't bad at all. This is just this was a disastrous year for them. And
So
for as
bad.
bad as some other teams were, like Cincinnati not making the playoffs, or Kansas City finally having their dominant run come to an end, or the Commies with a quarterback injury.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I put the Raiders in the category of teams who were the biggest disappointment this year. Not because I came into the year with title expectations, but they drafted Genty. You drafted a culture setter at the head coach, you hired a culture setter. You seemingly upgraded a quarterback. You hired Chip Kelly, and it's like, oh, that's all right, kind of interesting. It was just, from game one to the end of the season, nothing went right for them. They all quit, and now where the hell do you go? But no matter where they go, there's not a lot of confidence there. And I'll tell you what, if I'm a quarterback going into the draft right now, I'm not jacked about the idea of playing for that organization and that owner.
Well, I reached out to a buddy of mine. He works in a different market, and they had announced some job stuff. So I reached out and I said, "Hey, man, are you all good? All good?" And he called me and we talked. And he goes, side note, I meant to text you. He's a big Jets fan, and he goes, "I want them to take Dante Moore." And I go, "Really? You feel great about your team drafting any quarterback at this point?"
This will work out well.
And I think that's the thing is, and I know we'll get to NFL draft stuff when it's closer, but like, I hope we get to a point. These kids are they announced today that Texas Tech is paying Sorsby $5 million.
That's good money,
Like,
man.
we're just getting contract information now as if it's NFL.
Yeah.
I hope we get to the point soon where these dudes pull Elways and Mannings.
I'm not playing for you.
I'm not playing for you.
You're just stupid PF Chang's
Draft
haircut.
me.
I'm not
I
going
will
to
go
Vegas.
back to college.
Yeah?
The NBA's letting pro guys get drafted and go back. Why can't college football have guys be drafted and go back?
Why
at this
would that
point?
be if like a Mendoza or a Moore getting drafted by the Raiders and being like, dude, no, how
and then
much you gonna
filing
pay
a
me?
lawsuit and
All
saying
right, I'm
I
out.
should be able to go back to college and then
I'm out.
losing because people are going to go, well, you can make millions. You're right. You should be deserved to that. But I hope we get there. Here's a funny stat for you. I'm a little surprised that they fired Pete Carroll. You want to know why?
Why is that?
And I want to give one of our listeners this, at Rip City Titan. Pete Carroll has as many wins this year, over 500 teams, as Mike Vrabel. And you know who Pete Carroll's win was against? Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots.
They beat him early
I
in the
went
year.
through this because I did not believe that when I saw it. And
That's bananas.
I rubbed my eyes. Outside of the Bills, the Patriots have only beaten below 500 teams.
That's remarkable.
And they're 14-3.
That's remarkable.
Maybe we should store that away for the postseason.
I already gambled on the Chargers money line, but I'm
Oh,
also
did you?
incredibly biased.
Oh, well,
so,
you're a Herbert guy.
I'm a Herbert guy, so don't follow me because of that.
That
but
blew my mind when they tagged our show in that,
That's
and I went,
unbelievable.
"What?"
So one guy's good enough for maybe coach of the year, and the other guy's losing his job. What are we
That
doing
guy
here?
beat that guy. Look,
Jesus, man.
I took a swing on the culture stuff. Culture is important. I think it's
absolutely
vital
is.
and all that, but he's also 73. And so that just, it's not all his fault, but he made the decision of who to hire at OC. He obviously is career-wise dying on the Geno franchise quarterback hill.
Yeah, that was he had a big hand in that trade. He coached him in Seattle, like, let's go get my guy back.
And you know what? Genti actually had a good rookie season considering he had no offensive line.
Terrible offensive line. Yeah.
You look at the Raiders now, and I know you had a thing about, like, which job do you choose? They're probably my last choice.
Now, let me ask you this.
I'd rather go to the dysfunctional Titans, I think, at this point.
Sure.
Than Davis. It needs to be highlighted.
I'd rather live in Nashville too, probably.
He's such a bad owner.
Let me ask you this though, and I don't know where the quarterbacks are. Like, it seems like there's no chatter that Mendoza might come back, but he does have the ability to come back if he wants to. Dante still has a decision looming. Like, Ty Simpson has not made up his mind yet.
Mendoza's going to leave, dude. Right? He's going to be the number one pick if it's not Dante.
How much does that change the equation? Having the number one,
I don't think
the
it does
Raiders,
for these guys.
Out of the weekend, the Raiders secured the number one overall pick, and we can make fun of the Giants for winning their game because that's what the Giants always do at the end of the season.
Sure.
They shoot themselves in the foot when they have a chance for this, and they fall the way to like 5 or 6 in the draft order. But the Raiders are going to have the number one overall pick, so whoever they're hiring, it's a decent place to start.
Yeah. Well,
if you like this quarterback class.
I think that's the thing is, no matter how we feel about the owners, you get bad owners who become successful because of the hires they make.
Yeah, look at Cincinnati, dude. Cincinnati was nothing, and they shouldn't be anything because their owner's terrible, but they got Burrow.
So, like, if you make the right coaching hire, no matter how you feel about Davis and the organization, Mendoza, Moore, whoever, they're going to believe in their own ability enough to say, oh, if I go there with that guy, we can change all of that.
Yeah.
It might be a little ridiculous because we see quarterbacks fail at bad organizations all the time. But I don't – these guys clearly don't think the way you, me, and everybody else that isn't in it thinks. It's no different than kids in high school. Remember, we talked about this years ago. When kids will go like – there's a sophomore quarterback at a program who had a good season. He clearly has to come back. And the kid, it's like number 2 or 3 in their class, goes, I'm going to that school. And we're all like, they already have a quarterback.
Right, there's already a guy there.
And
right?
we go, how do you do that? Because they don't watch. They don't follow. They don't think about that stuff the way we do. So Dante, if he does leave, or Mendoza when he does leave, they're not going to go, well, it's the Jets and the Raiders. They've been picking in these spots for a decade. They're going to go, I'm amazing. And if I have that coach,
I'll go win.
Yeah.
One and done, back-to-back years for the Raiders. Pierce, well, not quite one and done for him because he was the interim guy in the back half of the year.
He's getting interviews, by the way.
He's now getting interviews.
What about him should make anybody...
I would certainly not be thrilled if my team hired Pierce. I don't quite understand that. That's not a guy that would be near the top of my list.
Who's even the hottest coaching candidate right now? It might be the guy that got fired at Cleveland.
Let's get into this a little bit. So we were going to get college here, and then Pete Carroll got fired. So we'll just continue on this train a little bit. We'll go through some of the other notes. Some people cleaning house completely. Some people saying it's just the coach, not the GM, which, what? That doesn't make any sense. What are the most attractive openings? What other ones are we expecting? We'll stick in the NFL a little bit longer, but first, here's Swag with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Big's Chicken. Try their smoked and fried wings tossed with a perfect dry rub, served with a trio of killer sauces. Menus at bigschicken.com. First on the Fan. Black Monday in the NFL just grabbed its second victim. It is Pete Carroll, 3-14, will only get to coach 1 year of his 3-year deal with the Raiders. Earlier, it was Kevin Stefanski being shown the door by the Cleveland Browns after 6 seasons. The playoff bracket is all set in the NFL. It'll start with Wild Card Weekend this Saturday. Rams are at the Panthers, followed by the Packers and Bears in Chicago. On Sunday, the Bills visit the Jaguars. Then the Eagles host the 49ers, and the Chargers head to the Patriots. The Monday night game features the last team in, the Pittsburgh Steelers, hosting the Houston Texans. Blazers start a homestand tonight following a 2-1 road trip. The Utah Jazz roll into Moda Center for a 7 o'clock tip. You can see it on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016 if you don't have a ticket. Portland, 5.5-point favorites. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the 80 AM.
All right, welcome back in. To kind of frame this discussion, I will give you, we officially have, ladies and gentlemen, the top 10 of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Yeah, we do.
What your order will be. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready for Kenyon Sadiq to replace Travis Kelce and have us kind of hate him.
You think he could be a top 10 pick? You think he's good? You would take him in the top 10? He showing you enough this year?
Not an NFL GM. I didn't say I would take him.
Put your hat on, dude.
Look, I think they're probably going to go defense.
You're a fantasy football GM.
Doesn't feel like Kelsey's coming back, which is odd because he didn't have like a full goodbye, and that kind of career should have a goodbye with that organization.
It was also weird because there was a quarterback playing that we never heard of before, and it was they were eliminated.
What, didn't they have the Texas kid playing? Bushell? I saw them a little bit on my red zone once in a blue
this
moon.
weekend?
Yeah, it's the Raiders.
Oh, I was thinking more of the last home game 2 weeks ago.
I didn't know who that cat was at all, but yeah, I mean, like they're probably going to go defense, but could you imagine Kenyon Sadiq, who is a great run blocker? And
don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want to have to root for that. I
like,
don't want to
what
have
if
to do that.
he is the reason they get back up to the top?
It keeps Herbert from winning a Super Bowl. The Chiefs come back because of Sadiq. No, it's my nightmare. Your top 10, Raiders, number 1. Congratulations, Las Vegas. Great year.
Good job, Vegas. Way to go.
The number 2 overall pick, by the way, there was a 4-way tie, so we had to go tiebreakers for the worst possible record.
The Giants, dude.
The Giants. We'll get to them. They're not on yet. The New York Jets, number 2. Come on down.
Hey,
congratulations.
that's impressive.
The New York Jets made NFL history this year, becoming the first team to go an entire season without a single interception.
My team was in this until about week 10, by the way.
You guys didn't have one until week 10? Niners didn't have one until week 10?
Week 10 or 11, they had not had like an interception.
We do. Can we get one?
They had bad luck. They weren't catching them. But yeah, that's a terrible stat to be a part of.
I think it was on Sunday Night Football in the halftime, maybe last night or maybe pregame, but they put up a graphic of the quarterback numbers against the Jets, like all quarterbacks combined against the Jets this year. And it was like 38 touchdowns, no interceptions, 114 quarterback rating, and 70% like just MVP numbers.
I don't want to spend too much time on the Jets on a Monday.
How are we feeling after 1 year there?
I'm not a big like blow it up after 1 year guy because just year to year that cannot be good internally.
Yeah, they also have a terrible owner. What do these teams have in common?
Well, I know, and hey, all these teams seem to be picking in the same spots all the time. What's happening there?
Yeah.
That was about as bad as you could possibly have as a debut. Their over-under was, I looked this up because I had it for my...
Remember game 1, too? They nearly beat the Steelers and Fields played pretty well. And everybody's like, this could be a fun little Jets team this year.
Yeah, so their over-under was 5.5.
5.5. The under hit there. There's 3 wins. 3 wins. Number 2, Jets. Number 3, the Arizona Cardinals. Congratulations, Arizona Cardinals.
They're just not going to do anything. They're just cool with
take a quarterback. You take a quarterback, you have to, right? You going to roll Kyler out there? You going to go Jacoby Brissett?
You're going to have that guy coach again? What about that guy coaching makes you feel good at all?
He's got that fire in his gut. Number 4 is the Tennessee Titans. Come on down, Tennessee. Good year for you. So there's your top 4 picks.
Where's Mike Vrabel right now?
Mike Vrabel, I believe, is in the 2 seat hosting the Sunday night game of Wild Card Weekend after winning 13 games with New England.
There you go.
The Giants decided to once again win a game at the end of the year when they had a pathway. The Giants with a loss were guaranteed the first or second pick in the draft. And then they beat the Cowboys, and they fall down to number 5. So congrats to the Giants on the 5th overall pick.
By the way, I didn't watch a whole lot of that Cowboy-Giant game. I did Sprague the line on the Cowboys. Whoopsie-daisy. I guess Dak's not going to play longer than 10 minutes.
But that's a whole other thing I want to get into. Yeah. Week 18 just needs to... I didn't end up I turned the channel yesterday.
They need to be investigated
for
who's being announced playing versus who's actually going to play.
It doesn't matter. Teams aren't playing, guys. Sure. It sucks. Week 18 blows.
That all being said... did the Giants fans boo them? Because in the NBA, if the Blazers were in this position, if the draft worked the same way...
Oh, my God, I would lose my
we would riot
mind.
If they're actively trying to win the race.
Some fans would cheer for this, and you know they would. I just want to have fun, Sprague. Just entertain me. Young went off tonight. You know those fans exist.
Maybe on...
Remember when I was the thief of joy after a 4-game winning streak before the All-Star break when we had a chance to get Wemby? You want that win against Memphis or you want Wemby?
Okay, take the Blazers. Use any other NBA team. If you're a loss away from the 1 or 2 pick and you actively try and dominate,
You got to tank that
They
game.
should have been booed for
You
that.
have to tank that game. You
The
cannot
only
win that game.
that you should be booed for is that game.
Cannot win that game. The rest of your top 10, Cleveland at number 6, Washington at 7. That's an interesting one because you think Daniel's back. Maybe you add a good piece there at 7.
Oh, they got a position. Yeah, they're sitting in there.
Saints with Tyler Shuck, number 8. And then the Chiefs, as you mentioned, 9. And the Bengals, 10. That is the top 10 of your NFL draft order. Let me ask you guys this. We'll kind of get into some of the other openings and talk about them. We can go kind of spot by spot and rank them if you want. But is there any big surprise for you? Have any of the moves surprised you so far of coaches getting fired, or did we expect all of them? Stefanski surprised you at all?
No.
Carroll, I know, didn't.
Noise on the Stefanski stuff had been building for the last 2 weeks. What surprises
Atlanta
me,
ended the season hot. Sometimes I can keep a team from firing people.
What surprises me is that more teams didn't do what Atlanta did. By the way, it's insane how long Atlanta's not made the playoffs.
When was Atlanta's last playoff game?
I want to say it was...
Didn't they have a year where they got there with Ritter?
Give me a second.
Didn't they have one year where he was like somehow in the... Am I misremembering that?
Well, given the division,
is
what I'm talking about. So
the Bucs have won it like 5 years in a row.
Yeah, their last playoff was in 2017.
2017, okay.
2017.
Was it Matt Ryan still there? He was still there, right?
That was Matt Ryan and Dan Quinn. That was the year after their Super Bowl, and then they didn't make it, fired him. Raheem Morris, by the way, filled in for him.
Yes, he did.
And then they went and hired Arthur Smith and then brought back Raheem Morris. I'm more surprised, Dirt, not at the firings. We'll see what Tampa does because I know Todd Bowles has won some division crowns. He doesn't leave me super excited. I'm more surprised more franchises don't make these package decisions.
That's the huge question for me coming out of this. Like, why is Cleveland firing Stefanski and keeping their general manager?
Andrew Berry came in with Stefanski, and they're firing the guy that, by the way, teams are going to line up to hire that guy, whether you like him or not.
They will.
I don't understand the decisions when you're these bad teams running on a couple years together. You don't make this a package deal. I'm as equally stumped as the Colts deciding to keep Chris Ballard. Why?
Phillip Rivers went on a run there late, baby.
But he didn't.
He almost beat the Seahawks in the
Riley
49ers.
Leonard was better, by the way, than Phillip Rivers.
He threw that early tud. You're like, why hasn't this guy been playing, man?
I
get him in the lineup.
Steichen,
I'm with you.
Clearly has an ability, right? He got Daniel Jones to perform pretty well before the injury. They ended their season in misery, but they had a great start.
Does he deserve credit for the Daniel Jones stuff though? Because if he stays healthy, do we think the Colts are in the playoffs?
Because I think the intel was going into the camps. He was pushing for Anthony because he was Anthony. He picked Anthony.
Yeah.
And Steichen was like, I'm going Daniel. I don't care. Remember, we talked about that when they announced, we were like, what? Daniel Jones? And then they came out the gate 8-2. They finished in misery. They lost 7 straight. Like,
it was brutal.
Chris Ballard's tenure at Indianapolis is horrific.
He's been there a long time.
And his owner, R.I.P. Irsay called him Michael Jordan.
He did.
So... I'm stumped by that, but Atlanta is looking at this and saying this is not a coach
Atlanta
problem.
cleaned house. They fired everybody.
From
now Matt Ryan's in
down,
charge.
dude.
Matty Ice is back, baby.
Yeah, and so some of these organizations deciding to fire their coaches isn't shocking. It's that, what? Why, if you're the Giants, if you don't love Joe Shane or you have to announce that you're retaining him, you want to making your next coach decision?
Yeah, I don't get that. I'm within complete agreement there. If I'm a Giants fan, I'm pissed today. If I'm a Browns fan, I'm pissed today. The ones when you're just split, and it reminds me of a couple of years ago when we talked about this in Portland, when we fired Terry Stotts. It's like, all right, you want to tell me it's time for a fresh voice and a new coach?
Sure.
All right. I mean, I didn't think he was the main focal point of our problems. I thought it was more roster construction, but all right, you want to get a new coach in? I'm totally fine with that. You got to fire the GM alongside with him, and you got to clean house, and you got to let somebody come in with a new vision and a plan because you're clearly not going in the right direction. And so the idea to keep your GM in Cleveland and New York and other places, but fire their head coach, not fully on board with that. It is Black Monday. We are now up to, I believe, 5 coaches who've been fired. Is my math correct on that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
The Titans fired theirs weeks ago.
They count,
Raiders,
as far
Browns.
as in the last, so Atlanta, Cleveland, and the Raiders over the last 24
Okay, and then we have the Giants earlier and the Titans earlier.
Giants
Those
and
are our
Titans,
5 openings
yes.
currently.
What's the sexiest job to you guys? Me, it's Atlanta. Right now, if you were to pick any of those 5.
What's the reasoning there? Trust in Penix?
It's a complete tear rebuild.
Yeah.
Right? It's
So you're getting your own GM with you?
Everything. You're getting new president. Your entire organization, sans Blank himself, is saying it's a canvas. And maybe Matt Ryan will not be a good hire. But it's general manager, right? If I'm them, I'm doing I'm doing what Seattle did. I'm doing what Jacksonville's doing. I'm doing what San Francisco's been doing. Like, I want my coach GM, I want that to be such a good partnership. Simpatico, guys who know each other. They're familiar. They recognize and respect one another.
Speaking of that, remember Liam Cohen turned down the Jags job because of Trent Baalke, and he was like, you want me to take that job? You fire his ass. And what do? They fired his ass. How do they feel about that right now?
It's looking great. Yeah. It's a great decision. So, yeah, Washington, I know they didn't have the year they wanted, but Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, I just think there's a lot of organizations. You need all of that, and Atlanta has it all blank as of right now as we speak from top down. So Cleveland, I don't want Andrew Berry.
No, and you got the whole Deshaun thing, and you don't have a quarterback because Shador and Dylan Gabriel are not.
Is the coach going to be benefited having Joe Shane? I don't know. So that ownership group has been a little impatient and made some weird decisions lately.
I think I'd
the
probably
Jets, or not the Jets, the Titans. That ownership group sucks.
Yeah.
The Raiders, I don't. Why? Because Tom Brady's going to smile at me.
I would go Giants #1 just because there's a little bit there with Dart for me of like, all right, I can see like he's a dumbass and he needs to slide and stop taking hits.
Well, what are they going to do about their defense?
The defense is an issue, but
you got going to go forward.
You got pieces.
You feel great about Abdul. He was up and down.
Bad early and then
Burns
good late.
was their best one.
Yeah, and look, you're nitpicking here a little bit because none of these are good spots. But I think just because of the core, you know me, I was a Penix guy coming out of college, but
I don't even know if Penix is going to be the guy going forward. That division is so bad. It feels. But that's not to count Baltimore potentially
Baltimore could be open. Yeah.
Buffalo could open. Tampa could open.
Miami could be open. I don't know if that's a good job for people, but Miami.
Right, yeah. There's still a handful out there.
Let's get to a couple of the notes on teams who will no longer be playing because we might not talk about them for a while. A couple other angles out of the final weekend of the NFL season. We'll dive into it. We'll get to the Blazers coming up top of the hour. We're back after this. 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits. Big bets. Big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
He's hit from behind, but lets it go, and it's intercepted. Antonio Johnson returning it right side 40, 35-30. He has one man to beat to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. It's a pick six for number 26.
That was USA Today. Sports USA, sorry, on the call of that one. A beatdown is what happened in that one, Dirt. An absolute beatdown.
Hey, sometimes you got to lay the big wood, and it's going to happen from time to time in the NFL.
Laying the Big Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Visit them at mrplywood.com or their location on Southeast Stark Street.
1080 AM.
Jeff Russ coming in here in the break. I'm actually a little nervous about Friday night. It's like, yeah, no S, Jeff.
It's fast. I'm going to be curious to hear all the noise and rhetoric this week from people locally because...
I'll tell you who Meringue's going to pick.
What? Not Oregon?
No, I saw him going into the New Year's Eve show because we were right after them, me, Suk, and Anthony.
Sure.
I walked in, getting ready to start. So you excited for tomorrow, Dirt? I'm like, hell yeah, dude. It's quarterfinal playoff game. I can't wait. He said, well, I picked Texas Tech. I'm like, Danny, that's the least surprising thing anybody's ever said to me. But, hey, well, good luck with your prediction. We'll see how it works out for you.
Look, they got a great chance. It's just I love that it's only a little worried.
Yeah, a little worried. Nobody's giving us a chance.
And then, look, Oregon has certainly played pretty well since that game. I would also counter and say I think Indiana's also played pretty damn well.
Who have they beaten, Sprague? They haven't beaten anybody.
Right.
Right? Get out of here. Ohio State was overrated all year, huh? Sticking in the NFL, a couple of lingering takeaways from losing teams who seasons are done, but they're not firing their head coaches.
Yeah.
What did we make of the Niner getting a personal foul call? Did you see that yesterday?
I missed that one.
So,
that Viking-Packer game couldn't have been further from my brain.
He ended up hurting his hand and leaving the game. And he's like seen apologizing to his entire team on the sideline. He went for a first down scramble run and then lowered his shoulder into a corner going out of bounds and then went face mask to face mask with the Packer corner and then got a 15-yard taunting penalty. The starting quarterback got the taunting penalty. The reason I bring it up was because there was a report over the weekend that the Vikings are going to be very open-minded about their quarterback plans this offseason after seeing what they saw from McCarthy this year.
It's weird. It's almost like all that camp noise was validated throughout the entire way of the season.
What? And in that note, it is funny to now point out that Sam Darnold is only the second quarterback in NFL history to win 14 games in back-to-back years.
Him and Brady.
Him and Tom Brady.
What a stat to be a part of.
Because Darnold did it last year with Minnesota, and he did it this year with Seattle.
I'm going to throw something at you.
What do you got for me?
You're a Minnesota Viking fan. You're blowing the old horn. You're skull clapping.
How could you not?
You rather roll the dice and say, year 2 leap, my guy Niner.
My guy Niner's going to take a jump.
Or roll the dice and say, Malik Willis. Could you be our Daniel Jones?
A little bit of something there.
Or Sam Darnold.
The guy can run around and make some plays.
Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Where would you be?
I would be more in the line of let's take a flyer on another guy.
Because you're not one right now, and
there's no confidence in McCarthy.
You're not feeling great.
No, it doesn't mean he can't turn it around. Doesn't mean he can't be good. But there wasn't a lot there that he could show you, or that he did show you this season. So that's the tough part with it. I just chuckled at the idea that they're going to be open minded. I bet they would love to have Sam Darnold back right now, or hell, even Daniel Jones, who was also in their lineup. He was in their locker room last year. They had Danny Dimes and Sam Darnold. Have they become the new Carolina Panthers, where they're losing these quarterbacks and they go on to have success elsewhere?
Who made that decision, by the way?
I don't know.
Was it O'Connell to say, I believe in McCarthy a lot, or was that an organizational, we got to use the guy we picked, and he missed last year, and so our fill-in was great? But
yeah, the intel a couple years ago was that he wanted to hold on to Kirkers, even though the Achilles injury happened, which, thankfully you didn't, because that didn't age well for Atlanta. It ended up being a disaster for them to sign him. I think he still has another year left on the deal, right? Wasn't it a 3-year deal for Kirkers in Atlanta?
I believe it was.
He's got one more. They flirted with trading him all year, and everybody's like, no, we're not trading for that contract. We're not taking you. So sometimes the coach is wrong in that decision, but I think sometimes if I'm a GM and I have an offensive-minded head coach, I almost want to give them the call on their quarterback. Do you think this is the guy or not? You work with him every day. You're smart enough. You got 14 wins out of Sam Darnold.
Your job might be on the line with this decision.
Yes, this is how quickly these things change. Stefanski was a 2-time coach of the year, and he just got fired predominantly because of bad quarterback play and them not being able to figure out that position. So you got to figure it out this year, and if you don't, I don't know where you go in the years to come, and maybe you're bad enough to go draft a guy next year.
Speaking of Stefanski, the Browns end up winning that game at Cincinnati, which was a little shocking to me. I just thought Cincinnati would end on a slightly higher note.
Yeah, tell me about it. I gambled on the Bengals 7.5, and they threw a pick six. 100-yard pick six, and then had a fumble scoop and score touchdown in that game.
Myles Garrett broke the sack record.
He did.
And I don't know where it registers for you. I don't want to get into the whole all of sports, but I remember Strahan doing that and how massive that felt in the moment because it was on Fox and Favre and the dive and then Watt tied it, and it didn't feel
as big.
It didn't feel as big. Maybe that's just me not.
Could be a New York thing too.
Maybe.
And Strahan had won the Super Bowl, I believe, already.
No,
right?
they hadn't won the Super Bowl. At
he
that
did
point.
That before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was before the Super Bowl. And then, Garrett did it, and they stopped the game. Did you see the reaction from the Bengals? Jamar Chase came out and was like...
He was pissed.
Why are we stopping the game? And they're like, well, they're recognizing the record. He's like, who cares?
We're in the middle of a game.
They should get flagged for celebrating for so long. He said they tried to hurry up us an offense.
I mean, that's a valid argument.
And the refs stepped in and said, nah. And he goes, why? And he goes, do you guys get to interview the refs? Because he was curious what the refs were saying about it.
My favorite quote that he had after the game was, "I'm not going to Cancun like everybody's telling me to go to Cancun." That made me chuckle from Chase. They got a valid point here.
You don't think they should stop the game for record-breaking moments?
I understand the desire.
Remember Drew Brees' moment in New Orleans? They stopped the game.
They gave him a piece of paper, didn't
yes.
they? Give him a little piece of paper?
Well, if you're going to stop it and you know you're going to stop it, then just tell the team beforehand. The fact that they now, maybe they did and the coaches never told the players, I have no idea. But if you're going to do that, which in that game, since there's really no ramification, it does, the outcome doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But both teams need to be notified properly. Hey, if this happens, we're stopping it. We're going to recognize it. Be prepared.
But are you not so if you're a Zach Taylor, are you not thinking if he does it, we're probably going to have to stop for 5 minutes?
I mean, that should be a thing going in because I feel like every record that gets broken, they stop the game.
Yeah.
But I see the point that they're trying to make. Like, why? Why are we not allowed to go hurry up?
Well, because he
broke
the
so
record.
They can just get an extra timeout? We just get to blow the whistles and the game's over?
Well,
we
it's
just
not
stop
over.
for 10 minutes. We got
mean,
to stand around for 10 minutes. Now my offense is just getting cold over here.
But the history of that sport doesn't
celebrate
it
after the game. Why do we need to do it in the middle of the game?
When Strahan broke it against Favre, didn't they slow and stop the game?
They for sure did. They do in every record.
And Favre hugged him and made everybody go, "Oh, you gave him the record, you little."
I've just never heard the other side of this point being made, and now that it's been made, I'm kind of like, you know what?
Go watch Jamar Chase. It was hilarious.
Most of the big records are offensive records.
Yeah.
And so they're controlling the football.
And
so
either way.
If they stop. But when you're on,
defense, you don't control the pace.
He really hates that. Like, Jamar Chase is great because he won his performance, but he generally, if you hear him talk about the other teams in the division, he really lives in the I hate all of these teams.
I love it, dude. They're another talk about teams. I was going to get to them here. Fascinating offseason ahead for them.
They're keeping Zach Taylor.
Zach Taylor, that's been reported this morning. He's sticking around. They got a lot to fix defensively. They paid their wide receivers. It just didn't go well for him. So I'm curious to see where it goes there. And on the Garrett sack record, last note, it wasn't that big of a deal to me, and I don't know if it's because of the extra game of the regular season.
Well, that was the other part of it, is the extra game gave him it. Otherwise, he doesn't get it.
And to your point, like we had Watt get there, we've had other guys flirt with it. It's just kind of, I don't know. When Strahan did it, it felt like, oh my God, nobody's done it.
But when Gastineau did it, weren't they still playing 14 games?
They were. Strahan had more games to break it, and now he's got more games to break Strahan's record.
How do you weigh this if you're a league of any sort? If you change
no right
your
answer
structure,
here.
Should you just have categories of
There's no right answer.
17-game season, Myles Garrett.
I would have,
then TJ Watt. And then 16 is Strahan. If it's 14 and you're right on that with Gastineau, then that's 14. Like,
I think in the record,
they don't do that. They don't separate it.
I think to say who holds the record, it now has to be Myles Garrett because technically he has the most sacks in the season. But in the Hall of Fame, I would have something, and maybe they do, of like in this many games, this is the record. In this many games, this is the record.
Because if you're right, Swag, that Gastineau got 14, I mean 3 less. Well, how many does Gastineau have if he plays 3 more?
3 more games, exactly. So a little bit there.
You hurt me, Brett. You hurt me.
Damn it, Brett. One of the most awkward encounters we've ever seen.
That's on all-time great.
Gastineau and Brett Favre.
You hurt me, Brett.
Damn it, Brett.
You hurt me.
We'll get to the Blazers to kick out the final hour. We got some college football nuggies to get to as well. It is loaded. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM, The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on The Fan, as the 14 playoff teams prepare to battle for a Super Bowl. Other teams deciding on their coach's future. The Raiders, the latest team to give their head coach the pink slip, as Pete Carroll done after just 1 year in Las Vegas, 3-14. He joins Kevin Stefanski, who got fired by the Browns earlier this morning, and Raheem Morris, who was turfed by the Falcons yesterday. Trailblazers back home tonight after a 2-1 road trip. They'll host the Utah Jazz, 7 o'clock tip on KUNP Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland 5.5-point favorites. There's college hoops this afternoon over on 1080 The Fan. The Ducks continue their road trip. They're in New Jersey to face Rutgers at 4 o'clock today. You can see it on the Peacock Network. Our pregame coverage begins at 3:30 on 1080. Oregon, 6.5-point favorites. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the
Hey, let's do this. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your weekends were great. Hopefully your football teams won. Maybe your NFL team's going to the playoffs. Maybe your college football team is playing this week. Hopefully things are going great for you early in 2026.
I had a rough sports weekend there, Andrew.
You did. Your Niners lost. That was tough.
So did my football team.
Yeah, that's what we're talking. Your football team lost.
We got drilled.
Yeah, 13-3.
By
I watched
Aston
the game.
Villa, 3-1.
Oh, you're going soccer on me here?
We got a must-win match tomorrow against West Ham.
What happens if they don't win?
They're already in relegation territory. West Ham would have the upper edge on us in the relegation.
You can't let West Ham get away with that. Nobody lets West Ham come in here and beat them around like that.
0-4 in the Christmas Swigard present. I need this to stop. I love that jersey.
I just am a big fan of the fact that we now have a new cursed jersey on the show.
I know. It's no longer the one I got you.
Guess what I wore during the entire Orange Bowl, baby?
Yeah.
My uncursed jersey.
You going to wear it Friday?
Are you still nervous about it? No.
The outcome is not dictated by that jersey.
Are you sure?
They beat Penn State.
They did.
And they beat Texas Tech.
It's a little uncomfortable in the Penn State game.
Well,
I almost blew it.
Did you wear it during Washington?
No, I actually didn't. I don't know why. I just didn't break it out that day.
Can I tell you a fun fact, and we'll move on from my to you stupid football?
Yeah, sure. What do we got?
I've worn that jersey twice in public, and twice I've been like pointed at and talked about by people for wearing it.
Like with you?
I had a guy pass me in a car. He was like, "Ah!" And I was like, "Oh."
There's a couple of those in my neighborhood when I walk
Soccer.
around that people have like the random soccer flag, and I'm like, I don't know who the hell this is, but you're clearly a soccer fan. We live in Soccer City, USA, don't you know?
Well, it's a very popular growing sport.
It's that it is.
You better watch out, basketball, baseball,
Some would
and
say
football.
Football. I'm sorry your football team had a rough weekend.
That's okay. I picked a crappy team.
Did your hockey team win at least?
Absolutely.
Dominated the weekend. You know who's not having a great Monday is Jonathan Gannon, because come on down. Jonathan Gannon, the latest in the line of NFL coaches, they got fired.
We said it 30 minutes
Should we
ago.
do it? Hey, there we go.
You got that fire in your gut? You got that fired in your gut?
There has never been a coach who has had a worse introductory moment with their team. And I think we all could have seen the writing on the wall in that moment of like, that's not...
We said that about Sirianni. Said that about Campbell.
Yeah, we did, but Sirianni also has the best NFL team assembled with him, so that helps a little bit. I don't know.
Well, Gannon is not in the Sirianni Campbell class. He is now in the Adam Gase class.
He is in the Gase class. Why did you have alien eyes, and why did you say, do you have that fire in your gut? Did you take the bus here? Do you have that fire? For those who don't know what we're talking about, so Inside Baseball, go watch the first time there's a video, you can find it, of Jonathan Gannon talking to his team. It is one of the worst, like
in
an
auditorium.
In an auditorium,
style,
he just got hired. Come on down, Jonathan
Yep.
Gannon. Did you take the bus here today?
Like in that tone.
Do you got... You got that fire in your gut?
You got that fire in your gut?
Like, that's how it went. And the camera pans to the players in the stands. And they're like, what? This is our new coach?
They're going to keep the GM, by the way.
Of course they will, because why not? He's done a great job running that franchise.
Well, I mean, that's another. It becomes the same thing with all these teams. Yes. Hey, what do the Titans, Raiders, Cardinals?
What do they have in common?
The Jets. All these teams have the same thing in common. They're always firing their coach. They're always finding the wrong replacement.
Yep.
Never making the right decisions. It's not a shock that he's fired. It was a shock that he hadn't been fired, and now here you go. They got to get out of Kyler.
Yeah, they're moving on a quarterback. They got the 3rd overall pick. We went over that earlier. I think you're looking to draft a guy, because if not, are you just running Brissett back again? Does that get you going as a fan?
I'll say this. Did you catch any of the Cardinal-Ram game?
I was out at a lot of the 1 p.m. window because I was like, this is stupid. I don't want to watch any of this.
Well, that was a close game until it wasn't.
They blew it open late, yeah.
But McBride up the sideline.
I did see that play.
And he got caught on the mic. He was like, boom, mother effer, I am him.
Hey, you are, Trey.
And the guy starts laughing. He goes, yeah, we know, Trey.
Yeah, we know.
They have Trey McBride. And I thought Michael Wilson the last month of the season, boy, he played like a 1. Now, Marvin Harrison Jr., we'll see where he goes from here. They got a couple things, but they got a couple things.
They need a quarterback is what they need.
They need a lot more than a quarterback.
They need a quarterback that's taller than dirt. Let's start there, and then we'll see where the Cardinals can go from here.
They need to not exist in Arizona.
Do you
want to take?
I agree with completely.
The Arizona Cardinals should not exist. They should be the Portland Cardinals.
There we go. Now we're on board. Now we agree.
I don't know if we stay the Cardinals, but we should,
I'll be the Cardinals, dude. I don't care.
Where's the Gridiron Project? We're not getting baseball.
Come on, Barrett. Speaking of which, over the weekend, right after 1, negative Nancy Brandon Sprague over there came on the air on Friday and took a hot steaming dump all over your Portland Trailblazers.
What?
Came out and said, this team sucks, not going anywhere.
I just said the same thing. They win 3, they lose 3. They win 4, they lose 5 of 6.
That is the red hot and rolling Blazers to you, damn it. You be fair. That's 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 for the Portland Trailblazers. They beat the Pellies on Friday, which I don't think was a surprise to anybody. Are the Pelicans still the worst team in the league?
Worst team in the West.
They're in the category of one of the worst teams in the NBA. And it wasn't perfect, but hey, you found a way to get a win. Then they went on the road to San Antonio. Now, to be fair here, there was no Wemby. Wemby didn't play in the game. Wemby didn't play in the game.
But everybody else did.
Yeah. And the Blazers got to win 115-110. Stop me if you've heard this before. Denny, very good against San Antonio.
Well, he wasn't the story for me. He had a triple-double. He
was it Kling Kong?
It was the Klinger.
The Kling Kong man himself?
Great game from the Klinger. Dare I say, best game of his career.
Oh, that's like the 3rd time he's had the best game of his career.
But
we keep changing it up for him.
Most of us probably didn't think they were going to win that game. Although,
I certainly did not think they would beat San Antonio. Even without Wemby, I still thought San Antonio.
I will keep noting they love to play really well against the good teams and then dumb it down and either lose to the bad teams or escape with their lives the way they did against Dallas.
So what are we expecting tonight? Because Utah's in
escape
town.
with their lives.
Yeah.
Escape with their lives. Tight. Utah can score. They're on a heater right now. They're scoring 119 a game.
That's pretty good.
Which is more than Portland's been averaging. That being said, Donovan was so damn good for them. I know Denny was great. They did this largely without Shaden doing much of anything.
Shaden was awful.
6 points. He was over from the field.
He was terrible on Saturday.
Caleb Love's having a nice few games now. So they won 4 or 5 games.
There we go.
They're the 9th seed.
They are. You gonna eat your crow yet?
Why am I eating my crow?
You better eat that crow over there.
Did you say anything about them?
Look, I'm a known Blazer homer here, okay? I'm the guy that loves building them up. I don't tear them down. You're tearing them down over there.
What's funny about the Blazers to me, one, I love to see Klingon have good games. Love to see Denny continue to have it going. And Caleb Love he's obviously not going to be a long-term piece, but he's a fun player to root for because he just does not care.
He's a different version of Gary Trent Jr. Like, he's a chucker, and when he's on, he is incredibly impactful.
What's funny is when I encounter Blazer fans in the wild and we stop and have conversation, it's all the same thing. But if you go on the internet, the Blazers are amazing.
Yeah.
And so it's like there's something not happening in real life versus the internet.
There's a bubble and there's a non-bubble.
It's okay to believe that this team can make the playoffs, and I picked them to win, 41 games, I think I had them?
Yeah, I mean, they're the 9 seed right now. That's technically in the play-in.
You had them winning 30. You're already halfway to being wrong. It's just funny in real life, the narrative versus people getting on the internet and saying this team is You know what I mean? Turning a corner. And I don't know if they have, but maybe they have.
I think where I'm at as a fan is like just the whole like little victory things are kind of tiring as a fan of like we're still doing that. Like Klingon had a great game. Don't get me wrong. He's had some really good games this year. So not quite sure what his ceiling is as an NBA player and where he's going to go from here.
This is it.
Yeah, I mean, if he can give you a little bit more offensively, like even with those threes that he knocked down, which I think was the bigger talking point of the game of like, all right, Klingon's shooting the ball and he's making it now. That's pretty awesome. He's like shooting 33%, I think, on the year from three. Maybe it's a little bit higher than that.
Sure.
But I guess just in year 5 of a rebuild, like we're still looking for the silver lining things, and that's part of my frustration is that there hasn't been any real growth. Now, again, to be fair to them, the narrative around the team hasn't changed. They're hurt, and as long as they're hurt, you're going to get a vast variance of outcomes here.
They're treading water in the play-in.
Yes, until you get guys back, and we just don't know when guys are going to get back. Drew coming back anytime soon? Is Jeremy going to play this month? Is Scoot going to get evaluated?
Close. If you're believing the PR thing, which was basically nothing to see here.
He's getting,
Tease will probably never play. Look, that wasn't Donovan's best game of his career, but it was an important game for him to go out there.
Well, can he become an actual impact player on the offensive end of the floor? That's the biggest question about him. I know he can be a good defender. I know he can affect shots at the rim.
He's
I
not
know
getting
he
as
can
many blocks as you'd think he'd be getting this year.
He has games where they pile up, and there's games where there's not a lot there. He didn't have any in this win over San Antonio on Saturday. That's not the end all be all. I think the thing I'm looking for a lot of these guys is like, is there anything else that you could do to impact outside of what I know about you? Can you impact winning? And him making threes and becoming a guy like, I think when they drafted him, didn't we all kind of look at Brook Lopez a little bit and say like, hey, can you be that guy that can be like, not that you're going to be that volume of a 3-point shooter, but can you just be better than a non-factor on offense other than offensive rebounds?
I don't know if I ever considered the 3-point shot with him, even though I know the league has
I think they touted it when they drafted him, but he didn't ever do it in college, but they touted the idea of like, he has the potential to do it.
He didn't really even do it last year. He
no,
barely
he did
attempted anything. So this year he's obviously putting up more shots. I think, one, it's about what can you do or how can you do until one or two of those come back. And I think that's where the optimism would stay for Blazer fans that do view it in an optimistic way of you've won 4 or 5. That's a really good win. San Antonio's been playing great basketball.
Yeah, with or without Wemby.
With or without. They've been doing it with him and doing it without. But to win that game and have Denny be balling, Denny's going to be an all-star. I think that's almost a guarantee at this point.
Yeah, how is he not?
To have that game from Donovan, if you are to look at it optimistically, you'd say Jeremy and Drew come back. Can you take that next step, right? Denver has no Jokic now for a month. They just lost to the Nets.
They did.
I don't think you look at the Warriors. Steve Kerr's just out here saying, we're not competing for championships.
Dude, can I?
To say that out loud.
I'm glad you brought that up. I actually got a lot of respect for him saying that.
I don't think you would have respect if that was our team.
We're not competing for a championship. I don't want to pretend like we're competing for a championship.
You don't want to hear the coach of the team say
it's the reality. We all know that. Okay. Are they competing for a championship this year?
Okay.
Are they?
No.
So what's wrong with saying the truth? I wish more teams said the truth.
I think it's different when you have a Steph Curry.
I'd say we won one before. Like, we're clearly not the same team we were 6 years ago. We're not going anywhere.
Can you say it without saying it? Can you say we need to build towards?
I hate this, like, posturing and this lying that coaches do.
But you don't have
to
lie. You can just not
we are what we are, man. Come pay to see Steph. He's going to go off. We're not going anywhere this year.
It's more like, can you keep up with the Warriors? Can you keep up with Phoenix, who just got a good comeback win against Oklahoma City? Minnesota, I have zero feel on Minnesota. Back-to-back Western Conference Finals appearances, and when I watch them, I just don't know how to feel about them. Houston, I think, is pretty damn hard to beat.
Yeah,
Houston being in the conference finals this year wouldn't shock me.
Phoenix just pulled off a big comeback win.
I don't trust the Lakers to save anything, but they have Luka. And Luka and LeBron the last couple of games are giving you 50 to 60.
It's funny for how bad we think the Lakers have been. They're the 3 seed in the West right now. And I know they've had some bad performances.
They don't match up well against Denver. They don't match up well against Houston. I don't think they match up well against Minnesota or San Antonio or Oklahoma City. That's 5 teams I don't think they match up well against. Their record indicates they're third. But I just think it's a little bit of fool's gold.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair to they're going to be a play-in team, and that was always kind of the reality for them because, again, Dallas, the Clippers, the Jazz who are in town tonight, the Kings are horrible.
Unless Denny suffers an injury. I just don't view them as a non-play-in team.
You were already 3 games clear of the 11 seed, and that's Dallas, and I don't know if anything's going to change for them. If anything, they might sell at the deadline and kind of kick towards the future a little bit, so that might change a little bit for them. You're going to be a play-in team. If you can get healthy, maybe you make a little bit noise of the play-in. Denny has been incredible. Great to see Klingon have a good offensive game. I just feel like it's kind of the same story story over and over again. That's the frustrating part for me, but we'll see what they do tonight. Utah is in town.
I also had somebody reach out to me during the week and was like, hey, I know you talk about the local team, but I need more football talk.
Yeah, what's more football. Yeah.
Sorry, man. We just try to carve out 10 minutes show.
Let's honor that man's request. Let's talk a little more football next on The Fan. I got P. Harris coming in here busting my balls about not paying enough for the water. Hey, you're welcome. Welcome for your water, damn it.
Isaac Ropp water cooler.
I was listening to the boys this morning.
Telling me I always prices have gone up. Hey, my fault tariffs are going up, buddy. All right? It's not my call.
It's time to nut up or shut up.
You want that water?
The water controversy behind the scenes here has become quite a thing. It's become quite an issue for us internally in this office. Who's going to pay for the water? Who's going to get the water? I manned up. Harris is offering to be the courier of the water, the deliveryman of the water. I said, look, I'll give you the money. I'm not going to give you the time or the effort. Time and effort are not saying things that I'm good at, but I'll give you $16 for a couple of water coolers. Venmo to me came in telling my short change.
I'm out of the water cooler business. I thought this was going to be a complete
collective teamwork effort.
No, I'm just going to the kitchen now. I'm not even using the water jug. I'm walking my butt all the way to the kitchen. I'm out. I tried. I thought this was a full team effort. It's not.
If I want to walk out here after the show and just leave that water running, I could do that because I paid for that water, damn it. That's my water.
You didn't pay for all of it.
I'm going to put a sign on this and say, text dirt before you fill up your water and see if it's okay if you can have my water because that's my water, damn it. Blazers win over the weekend. As we hate the team. The team's great. Yada, yada, yada. Blazer fans are always the same. Let's get back into a couple of football nuggies. And this is something we've talked about in the Oregon-Indiana game that I would also like to bring up for the Ole Miss-Miami game. Now, to be fair to Ole Miss, Nobody gave them a chance to beat Georgia. None of it. Like the Georgia game, we all had Georgia winning.
Nobody gave Miami a chance.
Sure, but I think there was a little bit more, at least for me personally. I'm like, yeah, line of scrimmage play, like I could see it. You make it a tight game, and you got a young quarterback, you drag him out in the deep water, win the way Indiana did. Like, maybe. I certainly didn't pick it. The Ole Miss game I just was shocked by. In the aftermath of the game, all the coaches fly back to Baton Rouge because they're all going to be on the LSU coaching staff other than the head coach, essentially. And then there was almost like a 2-day standoff of, are they coming back? Are they going to be in Baton Rouge or are they coming back? Dellinger reported over the weekend for Yahoo that they will be indeed returning. The offensive coordinator, Charlie Weiss, who now, by the way, is a candidate for NFL OC jobs.
And he's saying he's not going to take him if he's offered. He's going to LSU.
Sure you won't. Sure. But basically, they're flying back and forth on private jets on Ole Miss's dime. And it sounds like most of their guys will be back in town. But they talk about a time of a nut crunch, dude. Their game is on Thursday night. It's already Monday. That game's in 3 days, man. They got to go play Miami and game plan for Reuben Bain. I don't really know what to expect out of that game. But the storyline of Ole Miss not having their staff and them actively coaching for another team or recruiting for another team while coaching this team is fascinating to see how it plays out against Miami.
Oh, 100%. I mean, for all the concerns I raised about having on Oregon of two coaches leaving for different programs while still having to coach, this was exactly why nobody thought they'd stand a chance in their first game.
Because all this.
But I don't even know how to place, like, credit. Is this Pete Golding? Is this the players? Like,
is it a layoff thing for Georgia? Did they just not play good?
I don't know, man.
The Georgia center was hurt. That certainly impacted the game a little bit.
Chambliss has already agreed to a contract extension pending the waiver request of another year of eligibility. If he goes out there and plays how he played against Georgia, they do got a great shot. And if they get the title game, I don't know where Oregon or Indiana fans would be. I'd be a little terrified at that point because now a kid's riding a heater.
If they beat Georgia and Miami, and largely I would say it's because he's playing at that level, that has to wake you up a little bit.
100%. That offense, when he has it rolling, is as good as any offense almost left in the sport. So I don't even know who to give credit to on this. I don't know how day-to-day any of this works. Did you see the defensive lineman?
I did after the game.
Yeah, he was like, Lane's just trolling us. Yeah. And you know what? We're going to troll him back by winning the whole thing. Like, they are taking such a mature, measured approach to this. I'm impressed by it. And I think Miami's going to win because I think Miami's fronts are better. I just think move the ball on that defense. That's a different level than what Georgia was pushing against. I think Miami's going to win. And yet, I continue to be impressed by how they're operating on that day-to-day of, is the coach in? Like, if you're a quarterback or you're an offensive player, who are you talking to?
Yeah, who takes over?
Because right now they're going to LSU offices and then they're just coming back. It's like, who are you? Are you texting communication? Is there like?
Are they responding to your text message? Because he's got 8 recruiting visits at LSU right now.
Yeah, they had to go back to LSU for the portal. Or are you just talking to a GA?
It's
like,
so stupid, man.
It's
all of this
so
is
ridiculous. And I will just completely harp on over and over how gross it is that any of this is allowed to happen.
It's ridiculous, man. The whole thing is dumb, but it's this whole kind of cloud hanging over it. Ole Miss is dealing in. My program is certainly, but not as bad as we still have our head coach. He's still in town at least. Can I give you a crazy stat out of that Pete Golding win? There are only 2 SEC coaches all time with more playoff wins now than Pete Golding. This can't be an accurate stat, can it?
Say that one more time.
Okay, so I'm going to... This coach and this coach are the only SEC coaches with more career playoff wins than Pete Golding.
Okay.
Now that I'm reading it, I'm like,
Say it.
Playoff, not bowl wins.
No, playoff. I get it. Playoff.
So it's the 4-team era and on.
4-team.
Nick Saban and Kirby Smart.
Dabo...
SEC coaches.
Oh, SEC
coaches. SEC coaches.
Yeah.
But then as I'm reading this, because I saw this stat, because DeBoer's got 1, but he didn't win in the SEC, but he's got 1 in his career. He beat Texas.
Yeah.
So this is more than, didn't Ed Orgeron, wouldn't he technically have 2?
Yeah.
Because he won the semifinal in the national championship.
Oklahoma and then blew out.
So I had this great nuggie, and as I'm reading the nuggie, I'm like, I don't think that's an accurate nuggie.
Yeah, Orgeron does have 2.
He's got to have 2.
Well, what does the stat say? Has more
Nick Saban and Kirby Smart are the only SEC coaches with more career playoff wins than Pete Golding. Pete Golding.
Yeah, more.
Pete Golding has 1. No, he's got
They have
two. Touche. I forgot about the
Tulane game.
God, I totally spaced on that.
So
that is a correct
many.
stat.
Edo has as many.
So, great stat. How about that? Hey, you ready for this? There's only 2 coaches in the SEC who've ever won more playoff games than Pete Golding.
Did Tamani Kamara have a better year last year or the year before?
Yeah, red jacket, green jacket. Who gives it is?
It's not like we were sitting here. I wasn't helping you a whole lot. Swag,
dude, I totally. That's how much those first round games are irrelevant. Like, if you told me Lanning has 2 playoff wins, I'd be like, no, he doesn't. He's got 1. Oh wait, yeah, technically 2.
You know what I'm going to try to do with you this year in 26 is judge you less, because on Friday I looked at the schedule of the NFL and I'm like, why are the Panthers and Niners playing at the same time?
This is stupid.
And I looked at it again. I'm like, how did I get that wrong? It's clearly 4-hour difference.
It's not a double.
What am I doing?
Double billing. We got to go double header here. Okay, we go back to back, baby.
I blame waking up at 3:55 for how many years have we been doing this?
5 or 6 now.
Yeah, slowly but
I'm
surely.
definitely going to die early.
I saw Joe Fisher when I came in for the New Year's Eve show, and I asked him, "Hey, how did the I'm not up listening. I'm trying to sleep when I get the opportunity to while I'm on vacation. So how did the show go?" And he was like, "Man, I was so glad I didn't have to wake up today." I'm like, "Dude, you did it for 3 days.
I know.
3 days.
3 days, and he broke him, huh?
It broke him.
Yeah.
We had a guy comment on YouTube, why'd we take 3 weeks off, you lazy bastards?
3 weeks?
Like 3 weeks? Where'd we get that from?
It was a week and a half. We were in
you
on
did
Christmas
the Monday.
week.
How many technical shows did we even miss? Because Christmas
you missed
Day,
4 shows.
4 shows.
You missed a total of 4 shows.
So
that's it.
When we launched FM was July 15th?
Yeah.
Right?
July
22nd.
22nd.
You had a vacation. He was supposed to fly to the East Coast on the 15th.
I was supposed to go to Philly for a week, and I canceled the trip.
He booked that way before we knew.
Yeah.
And then I had 2 summer trips that I was going to take. And then we found out. So from July 15th until the end of 25,
it was
we as a show collectively missed 4.
Yeah.
3 weeks, though.
Yeah,
3
each of you
weeks.
individually had a random.
You know what? I'll take that as actually
food
day offs
poisoning
here and there,
Damn
and
taco.
Well,
sick. But
easy. Not me yet.
Yeah.
Knock on wood. He's the only one been sick. Teddy Ballgame is giving him
there was a
the ick.
random day off here and there.
But my point is, like, I'll take that as a compliment. That 4 shows for you felt like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right.
Hey, we'll be better next year. No, we won't, but we'll be better next year. Can I give a round of applause, by the way? Speaking of which, Teddy Ballgame, no accidents yesterday.
All right.
We did not pee on the floor.
Did we pee in the toilet?
Yeah, all the pee went into the toilet.
No in the pants?
No in the pants. We're not doing pants. We're doing the naked down bottom stuff.
Are we standing?
Like he's just wearing a shirt and just naked and just.
Or are we
the Pooh Bear.
sitting down?
We're sitting. We're sitting.
Okay.
We're going with the sit strategy here. For now. I mean,
You're sitting.
getting him to stand in front of the toilet.
His dad sleeps on his stomach.
That's what people say. People say I can't open a jar of pickles on my own. I got to hand it to my wife.
Dude, my kid is starting to do this. Can you open the jar?
Yeah.
And I had one moment. You know, you twist and it's just not.
Yeah.
You got couldn't. And she goes,
Weak.
and I just like,
hell no.
where did this come from?
I'm going to go back into Arnie's and do a couple of curl pumps. Get my veins going.
Unbelievable. Also, I told my wife she caught our Friday show and she. Well, there were certain aspects of the Christmas gift she did not enjoy me talking about publicly.
Hey, you know, we're a public book here. That's what we do.
But I brought up the potty training thing, and she kind of thought I was wrong. She goes, "Yeah, days."
Well,
I was
look,
like, days.
I
just don't remember it being days for us.
The
but
big hurdle we haven't crossed yet is he hasn't taken a dump on the toilet yet. So that's
a big moment for
That's
them.
a big moment.
When they
The
see
first
it in
time he
there,
poops.
it's a great feeling.
Because there's not always a alert of a poop coming, you know? You just kind of look over and the face is red and you're like, oh, you're pooping.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
So we're trying to do like hey, can you give me a, when you feel?
Angry concentration is what we called that look.
Yeah.
As some people would say, when you're sliding into second and, we go with the diarrhea
The
song.
toughest part about that is then teaching them how to wipe properly.
I mean, that's a whole nother can of worms.
He's
We'll
going to
worry
be
about
9
that.
still working on that.
We'll worry about that bridge when we get there. We're not quite to that bridge yet. But
Thomas the choo-choo train engine undies trash can.
But I felt, it was like day 2. Dude, Saturday was brutal. My weekend, if you want to know what our weekend was, it was him running around naked, peeing all over the floor. But by the time we got to Sunday, there were no accidents. So, we're making progress.
A nice little commercial break. He gets up, screams. He runs out of the studio. He comes like, God, what's wrong? It's like, sick again.
My wife is now sick again. She just left work throwing up. And I, for the first time today, woke up and was like, it's the first time I haven't felt sick in a month.
I don't know how I've kept it away. I've been around you.
I don't know.
I've been around a couple. I'm like, how is I not caught it yet?
Pax had the sniffles when he was home for college or for Christmas.
Yeah.
That's an underrated thing. I don't know if it's post-COVID or if I can't recall how I felt pre-COVID. This, I don't care that I'm sick and being around people thing, it actually really bothers me.
Yeah, there were some sick
I
people
just
at
don't
our
want to be
Christmases.
sick.
I mean, I get it, but it's also the other side of it's like it's Christmas. It's not like a random like, hey, we're going out to dinner on Saturday. It's like that's a once a year thing. So I get the desire to not want to miss it, but I largely agree with you.
Well, yeah, I guess I understand.
Because it's not like, hey, can we cancel our dinner plan Saturday? We'll reschedule for next week. You can't like reschedule Chris. I mean, you can,
but picture you walk into somewhere and you see somebody from your family, and they're like 12 to 15 feet away, and they're like, I'm sick. And you're like, okay, and you keep your distance.
My mind,
And then 2 hours after that, you have left, you're out to dinner, your family has brought that person to sit with you during dinner.
Yeah.
Aren't you like,
hey.
Now, luckily, it didn't catch me.
No, you're still evading.
I was the gingerbread man.
You're Leo right now, and catch me if you can. Tom Hanks, keep coming up with blanks.
Eventually, I'm going to get arrested, and I'll have to just become a government employee. But
for right now, you're doing good.
Right now, I'm on the run.
Well, hopefully there's no throwing up in my future as the human centipede of illness continues to pass its way around my house. So, we got that going for us.
Bad feeling.
It's not like there's anything big going on in the sports world right now that's looming on the horizon either. Back with some more NFL talk next. First, here's us with a update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop. Great spot for any occasion. Don't forget, you get 10% off your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on the Fan, the Kraken Heater continues 6-0-1 in their last 7 games. They've outscored their opponents 23-12 in that period. They are in Calgary tonight to take on the Flames at 6:30. You can find that on Prime.
There is a plant in Ecuador called the extrafloral nectary. And if you're wondering the significance of this plant and how alive plants really are,
did we kidnap it?
This plant provides a sugary sweetness that only a specific ant can consume. No other bug can consume it because it builds their immune system. And why the plant does that is because it knows the ant protects it from any herbivore species.
Well, how about that?
How about that plant knowing
little ecosystem
how does
working
a plant
together?
Know what bug to give sugary water to?
Brilliant plant right there. We love giving this bowl game credit because what they've done is going in the face of a trend that nobody cares about these anymore. Did you see the numbers of the Pop-Tart Bowl that officially came in?
Well, it should be the national championship game.
That it should.
What were they?
They needed Notre Dame for the ratings, right? No, they didn't. 9 million viewers on ABC for Georgia Tech BYU. For those wondering reference-wise, that beats every NFL Europe game on the NFL Network. That beat Oregon Penn State Whiteout on NBC. And that had more viewers than Game 6 of the Knicks-Pacers Eastern Conference Finals.
Did you see the Dickerts get in mayo? The whole family took a mayo bath.
They did a mayo bath.
He had a great year, by the way.
Good for
there
them,
you go.
Dude.
More Kraken, plant, and bowl stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Recruiting with a.m.
I mean, I hate interrupting it, but I must. It's my job to talk. Real quick, before I get to what I want to do here.
You want to do me?
I'll do you.
Friday pullback.
You know, something big going down on Friday. Have you heard about it? It's called the semis.
Saban semis.
We're rolling our way into the semis.
The Peach Bowl.
Did you know the Ducks are the Peach Bowl? And the fan, that's us. Hello, that's us here. We're hitting the road, and we got a watch party at the Thirsty Lion, their Washington Square location.
Oh, it's a delightful location.
It's a wonderful location. I can't wait. Tubbs Ludwig better have that tab open and ready to go, baby. I'm ordering some lunch. Me and Anthony Newman will get things started. We're going to be there live in person at noon. Ducks Game Day, presented by Coors Light, on location. Again, starting show at noon to 2:30. Watch party. The game kicks off 4:30. You can hear it right here on the fan. Can we all take a brief moment? I love doing this at the end of the year. I'm going to hold the final predictions because we still have some things up in the air, but we can laugh about those if you would like. Are you ready for your division winners and your flip it or stick it revisit?
Ooh. I'm rather upset, and I'm gonna.
You should be at yourself. You should be upset with yourself.
Wow.
Take a look in the mirror. Realize, why did I do this to myself? Have some confidence.
I can't access our DMs anymore on Twitter because Elon's blocked it unless you want to pay him a ridiculous monthly fee.
Get like a passcode or something.
We have a listener that's a diehard Bears fan, and he only communicates DM-wise, and I think he's probably DM'd a few different times, and I can't communicate back. He was with me. Now, he's a Bears fan, but he's like, yeah, dude, that took balls. And I couldn't have abandoned ship quicker, and I deserve all the shame that's about to happen.
You got to die on hills, baby. Die on hills.
Yeah.
Jason Swigard, come on down. Your AFC East champion was the Bills. You stuck with the Bills.
I did.
You had the Ravens in the AFC North. You stuck with the Ravens.
I was a 44-yard slice away.
You had the Chiefs in the AFC West, and you stuck with the Chiefs.
Far right.
You had the Texans originally. You flipped it to the Colts.
Oh, you bought the Colts. Wow. Can't blame you.
Your wild card teams were the Broncos, so playoff team there. The Chargers, playoff team there. And then you had the Bengals as a playoff, but you flipped it to the Patriots.
Yes. Oh, okay. Good job.
No division winners, but not terrible.
Not bad.
Your NFC picks, you had the Eagles winning the East.
Yeah, that was by default.
The Packers winning the NFC North. Stuck with it. You had the Bucks winning the South. You stuck with it.
Close.
Now, how about this
Technically,
for a call?
you should have been right. I will agree with
three-way tie.
I'll give you this call. You had the Seahawks winning the NFC West, and you stuck with it. So we stuck with the Seahawks pick.
He doesn't want to say this. He is quietly and sometimes
he's
not
Seattle
so quietly. He's a Seattle fan.
Seattle. I was a little offended by some of the things that were said in the group chat on Saturday.
I had to leave the group chat.
Some of those, like, making fun of uniforms, and we're going to make...
Those uniforms were hideous.
We're going to make Purdy cry.
Awful.
Like, it was, you know...
It was really odd.
There was some weird stuff going on. Weird energy right now.
The hatred of the 49ers has never left.
And that's why I didn't respond, is I knew it was going to be more the hatred of the team.
You didn't like those black unis?
I thought they were awful.
Yeah, I thought they were great.
They could have had worse.
They could have been the Seahawks.
They could have been the Oregon Ducks.
Like the Ducks.
Yeah, 100%.
So you had the Seahawks. Congratulations on that. You had the Rams as a wild card team. So there you go. You did have the Lions though, and the Commanders.
Oh my!
So those are your were your division winners. Only one flip from one Jason Swigard in the middle of the season. A quick look at are these games alive? Your Super Bowl is still alive.
Who did I
Your
have?
AFC title game was Bills over Ravens. So at least you got the Bills.
I got the Bills.
And your NFC title game was Packers over Buccaneers. So
Packers Bills.
Your Super Bowl was Packers and Bills. How are you feeling about your preseason Super Bowl pick?
Very, very not good.
Okay, very not good. That's
the Bills.
Very not good.
Very not good. Sprague, we have a few more flips on your page here.
Shut up.
A few more flips here.
Shut up. Give me my OG picks.
Give
me the OG picks.
You had the Bills winning the AFC East. You had the Ravens winning the AFC North.
Thanks.
No flips either there.
Thanks a lot
for either of those. You had the Texans winning the South. You flipped to the Colts. We made two mistakes there. I haven't even looked at mine.
He must have done that
The
right.
Colts were 8-1.
The Jags hadn't beat the Niners yet,
that had to be before his injury.
We did it at the halfway point of the year.
It definitely
he was not
before
hurt.
his injury.
Yeah.
Because they lost 7 in a row to end the year.
Do
right?
we agree if he's healthy, they're in some capacity?
Agree with that.
Yes.
Okay. You had the Broncos making the playoffs a wild card, so you got that. You had the Bengals. You flipped it to the Patriots. So, proper flip there. And you had the Raiders originally. The Raiders. You flipped it to the Chargers. So a good flip. Congratulations. Let's go to the NFC. We're in the NFC East. You have the Eagles. Congratulations on that.
This one's going to piss me off.
In the NFC North, Brandon Sprague, preseason in August.
Yeah.
Picked the Chicago Bears to win the NFC. What were the odds on the Bears in August to win the division?
700 to 1.
700 to 1?
Long.
God, I hope you bet it at least. You
Do you have
flipped
a
it to the
ticket?
Lions.
Even if you had like a $5,
Did you cash the
$10
ticket out? Tell me
I-
you didn't cash the ticket out. You cashed the ticket out.
I said I didn't.
You didn't? Oh, I thought you said you did.
I'll tell you, I had also a small bet that was going to pay out, and I'm pretty sure it got shot down Saturday. I had a Shanahan Coach of the Year ticket. So I was extra pissed about that game for that reason more so.
Because he had to win that game to get the award.
Yeah, I mean, he still should get it, but he won't get it now.
So you flipped to the Lions there. That one stings a little bit. You had the Bucs winning the South. You had the 49ers winning the NFC West. Your preseason wildcard teams in the NFC, the Falcons. You flipped it to the Packers. You had the Commies. You flipped that to the Rams. And you had the Lions, and you flipped that to the Seahawks. So very good use of the flips.
Some good flips there.
Other than,
do you have my NFC title game? Because I think I had
do.
the Bears in it.
We have multiple flips in our AFC. By the way, Swigart stuck with his preseason AFC, NFC Super Bowl picks. Those were all preseason
Good
picks.
for you, Swag.
I will give you your preseason AFC title was Ravens over Chiefs. You flipped it. Are you ready for this?
Oh, God.
Are you ready for this? If you thought that was bad, it might get a little worse. You flipped to Chiefs over Colts. Your NFC preseason pick, Eagles over Buccaneers. You flipped it to Eagles over Lions. And your Super Bowl preseason pick was Ravens over Eagles. You flipped it to Chiefs over Eagles. I mean, not that one's
Coming up
any-
next,
that's not
my
better.
football takes.
That's not very good. I'll go quickly through mine
Yeah,
because
yeah,
mine are off ugly too. I had the Bills in the AFC East. I think we all took Buffalo to win that. I had the Ravens preseason. I flipped to the Steelers though. Hey, look at that! A proper use of a flip.
Died on the Rogers Hill.
I did. I also died on the hill of the Chargers winning the AFC West, which they got close, but it didn't happen.
Yeah.
All three of us in unison had the Texans winning the South and flipped to the Colts at the midway point of the season. My wild cards were the Chiefs. Nope, didn't happen. I had the Steelers flipping into a division winner, so I gave that spot to the Patriots, and then the Bengals preseason flipped to the Broncos. NFC picks, I had the Eagles, as we all did. Packers preseason flipped to the Lions. God, Lions, man, what happened?
They should have been in.
Had the Buccaneers preseason in the South. That didn't happen. 49ers preseason in the NFC West. I flipped it to the Rams, so my preseason and my flip was wrong. Had the Lions as a wild card, flipped it to the Packers. The Falcons as a wild card, flipped it to the 49ers. Remember, I took the Giants to make the playoffs in the preseason. That happened.
That was your Raiders ballsy pick.
I was trying to get a new contract
I like
extension.
it.
What are you going to do? And I flipped it to the Seahawks. So, got that. My AFC title and NFC title I stuck with. AFC title game was Bills over Chargers. So, alive.
Alive, yeah.
Alive.
That's all you could ask
Thin
for.
ice,
alive.
but alive.
Yeah.
And I had the Buccaneers winning the NFC over the Packers, and I stuck with that. So, my Super Bowl was Bills over Buccaneers. So, round of applause to everybody. Great job, great effort, as always.
We suck.
Let's put a bow on this. That'd be
Terrible.
fun to go take a look back at how stupid we are. Because, hey, it's football, it's sports, it's fun. Let's wrap it up on a Monday next on The Fan.
80 a.m.
Brief lowlight of the weekend, but a guy who was delivered two of the funniest plays. Now, I was in and out. Week 18 sucks. Big takeaway of the weekend, Week 18 sucks. Get rid of
it doesn't need to happen, and we don't need an 18th game.
Can you imagine another week of the regular season?
I cannot.
Like, everybody sitting everybody again. It's just so stupid. Max Brosmer, when he was in Seattle, gave us the highlight of the pick six that he threw directly into the belly. Did you see the Max Brosmer highlight this weekend?
No, I didn't watch any Viking football.
Niner went down.
Yeah.
The vaunted Niner went down with an injury. They needed to turn to somebody. Who do you turn to? You turn to Max Brosner. He's going to come in and save the day. The score at the time, fourth quarter, 13-0 Minnesota. And I don't know if I've ever seen this before. They have it first and goal from the 5-yard line. Just search him on Twitter and it'll pop up. First and goal, 5-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
He catches the shotgun snap, steps back into the pocket. Somehow pressure gets into his face. And it appears that a Minnesota offensive lineman trips him up. So he kind of does this like weird, it's almost looking like he's doing like a
somersault.
Like a karate somersault, like he's rolling onto the mat, like, hey-ah! You're like, let's go. He's got the nunchucks out. He does a karate somersault, thinking that, oh, well, I just was sacked. I'm down on the ground. He then decides to stand up after the somersault, loosey-goosey, thinking the play is over, and he gets hit. And the Packers recover the fumble, and they realize that nobody touched him other than his offensive lineman that tripped him. And Max Brosmer delivered once again.
I never watched Max Brosmer once in college and thought that guy's going to start NFL games.
How dare you?
And yet here he is doing somersaults live during a fourth quarter first and goal.
Absolutely hilarious. His own offensive lineman. The somersault and the move that he does to kind of do it in one move and stand up is pretty badass.
Yeah.
And then he just doesn't realize that the play's still live, Maxie boy. You gotta
get touched.
You gotta get touched.
This
just stay down.
College.
Stay down on the ground.
He just stands there with the ball hanging down in his one hand, and then he just gets hit right in the back.
I don't think I was watching at that moment. I think I was in the kitchen kind of coming in and out, and I looked in and I'm like, wait a minute, the Packers got a fumble? How did it happen? And then they show the highlight and I'm like, oh my God.
Max Brosmer's entire NFL career so far, 0 touchdowns, 5 turnovers, 130 net passing yards, and the worst QBR of all time. He's literally in the running for the worst quarterback ever to play in the National Football League.
Things are not going well for old Maxie boy, Max Brosmer, coming in relief duty yesterday.
I will say what made up for my because I thought, look, my team lost, and I was excited for a couple games, but largely I thought the slate was terrible.
You needed Niners and Seahawks to deliver, and it was a close game, but there was nothing fun about watching that game.
No, because it just felt like a dominating
It was Oregon, Texas Tech. Like, it was one-sided, but the score wasn't terrible. You're like, this game sucks.
I enjoyed Lions-Bears for what it was. You knew that if the Philadelphia Eagles beat Washington, the Bears were going to fall to the 3, and the Eagles were going to go to the 2. My weekend was okay because I ended up going to see a movie.
What'd you see?
Marty Supreme.
Was it good?
With Timothée
Chalamet.
It was good.
Is it a sports movie?
I have no idea what the point of the movie was.
He's a ping pong player, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I saw Simmons did a ranking of like the 50 best sports movies, and this came in the top 50.
Well, I don't know if it should count as where does ping pong...
I mean, it's a sport.
It is. It's a very hard sport.
Is Queen's Gambit a sports movie? Or show? I guess that was a show.
It's Marty Supreme's exactly like that.
Okay.
It's good. I don't understand if it's more of a chess or ping pong movie, although most of the character-driven decisions are ping pong related. And yet, I don't really understand what it was about, even though it is about ping pong, but it's not about ping pong.
Left you a little unsatisfied in the
aftermath?
aftermath?
No, I really enjoyed it.
You enjoyed the movie, even though you don't know what it's about. You still enjoyed the movie?
I mean, I knew what it was about, but what is it really about is really what you're wondering.
What are we all doing here anyways, We're all going to die.
We're just living to die, man. But
dust in the wind.
It kind of just ends. It ends weirdly, and you're like, was that character growth or development, or did that just end?
Interesting. Okay.
There's also a really gruesome scene in this movie, and I can't handle blood, so I had to I literally closed my eyes with my hand in front of my face, and my wife was like, "Oh my God!" And I was like, "Just tell me when it's over.
Just elbow me when this is done, please."
And so she told me. Anyway, it's a good movie.
Okay.
I think it's worthy of seeing in theaters, and he's a superstar. Like he is
absolutely a superstar.
Dude, he is so good in everything he does,
and he knows ball too.
He knows ball.
One of the best celebrity guest pickers we've had on College Game Day in a long time.
He knows how to pick a lady.
That he does.
That kid's just a charmed life, man.
Talk about jealousy. Well, I watched the Stranger Things finale over the weekend.
I still have not seen more than one episode.
I'm curious to get you. Are you going to get through it, or are you kind of done? Are you punting on this
No,
year?
we'll get through it.
You'll get through it at some point.
It's just been
timing. Yeah, basketball tournaments, football.
Dude, the tournaments and the practices and the football games. It's like the windows, and I really wanted to go to a movie. I'm in a movie theater in a minute.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to go see a movie.
I just have a mess. I'm not going to say anything about it. I don't want to. I'm sure everybody kind of knows how it ends at this point because it's all over the internet. Can people stop complaining about everything? Like
I've seen some people.
It has been killed by
a
a lot of people. One, because you had Will comes out as gay finally on the show, which is like everybody's known for multiple seasons. But when that happens, it's like, oh, it's up with this woke show, man.
Did you see they bombed the reviews of it?
Yes, it's the worst rated Stranger Things episode of all time.
Was it the worst episode of all time?
No, not even close. It wasn't perfect, but no. Like, God, stop being such a snowflake. I just am so tired of people complaining about everything to complain about everything. We've gotten to that point.
That's all we are.
That's all we do. And this wasn't like I didn't think the season was perfect. It wasn't Game of Thrones bad. Like that deserved to be criticized.
There wasn't a
Starbucks
Starbucks cup in the.
There was not a Starbucks cup. There wasn't a final episode that was shot in such a dark fashion that you couldn't tell what the hell was going on, and you kept adjusting the setting of your television in order to see what was happening. They tied it all up basically in the final episode for the most part. They left you with the question of like, oh. Did that or did that not?
Well, they announced they're doing a spinoff.
Okay, so I
think they're doing a spinoff with.
It's a prequel, right?
Well, I don't know if it's a prequel, but I think they're doing a spinoff with the sister.
Oh, okay. Nancy?
Mike.
Yeah,
Nancy.
Mike's sister, Nancy.
Yeah.
She's getting her own show.
I think that was what they were announcing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they left you with the thing of like, did it or did it not happen? I don't know. Could be. Little ambiguity there, So I don't know. I enjoyed
Wouldn't
it.
we want a prequel? Because I still don't know.
So they have a Broadway show that's a prequel, and that's been a big criticism that I get of like a lot of the backstory of how the evil guy Vecna became like a lot of that stuff is told in the Broadway show prequel, and it's supposed to be a very good play on Broadway. But that's a criticism that I will allow. But the rest of the stuff is like there's plot holes. Like, dude, the show's about kidnapping kids in the 1980s into an interdimensional realm, and you're complaining about plot holes?
It'd be funny to
There's
put
aliens in this?
somebody on the internet that constantly complains and say, you have to make a show.
Yeah, you drop your show.
And you got 10 episodes to make the show make sense.
Fill that bad boy out.
Could you do one season?
See if there's any plot holes in there. I bet there's going to be a few.
I mean, it's okay to not love it.
You don't have to love it.
But I'm with you. Everything is just...
This is the worst of all time. This is such a bad show. Oh
I'm
my
so
God.
offended by this.
Dude, I was entertained. I cried a couple of times. I thought it was delightful, man. It's a good final season. That's been a part of Stranger Things. The first season came out so long ago. That was the only critique I had of how long they took in between seasons, because now the kids are like 37 years old and they're supposed to be 18. So that's a little uncomfortable. But if you can get over that fact, fun final episode, fun final season, I thought. So I think you'll enjoy it. Blazers in action tonight. I got Oregon basketball tonight too, don't I? They're on the road at Rutgers.
Yes, 4 o'clock.
But you didn't. Did you watch the Maryland game?
No, I didn't watch a second of it. Are they going to beat Rutgers? Is Rutgers any good?
They should.
Ace Bailey.
He's not there anymore.
Dylan Harper.
Do they have a new Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper?
Probably.
They're 6-point favorites.
Okay, so we should do it tonight. So
Oregon State's going to lose to Portland again.
You guys
got thumped by Washington State yesterday, and they lost by 31 to Pacific. Yeah. They also lost by like 35 to Santa Clara.
They did, yeah. Oh, man. It's a good thing the AD's still there, though. He'll get it figured out. That's the guy I wouldn't
just lost a defensive line coach that was an alum.
That's things are going great. Things are going great. Blazers and Jazz tonight. That's how we'll wrap up our Monday evenings. We'll see what happens in that one tonight. Jazz been playing a little bit better ball as of late. Sprague mentioned 119 a game over the last 2 weeks or so. So they've been filling up a little bit. We'll see if Portland can turn it into a 3-game winning streak.
It'd be 5 of 6.
5 of 6, 3 in a row, and a win tonight. You're within 3 games of 500.
What?
You're right there, Bob. Right there in the mix. That will do it for us, folks. Thanks so much for being a part of our Monday. We had Adam Rittenberg on of ESPN. Go check that out, 1051thefan.com, at 1051thefan on Twitter, at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter. Send it out here as soon as we are done. Thanks, everybody, for watching on YouTube. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Great to be back. Full swing of thing. We're all here. Rest of the week's going to be great. We got a semifinal on Friday. Lots more on the college football playoff and the NFL playoffs. What a week of football we have on the horizon. Thanks so much for being a part of our Monday, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The firm of Harrison Meringue is next. Listen to 105.1 FM The Fan.